hit the wrong button. Hi. I just hit the wrong button and then stopped the screen for this. No worries. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let me get it pulled back up. You're like, excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. There we go. Good morning. Good morning, party people. I am glad to see y'all. It is hump day, right? Is it today Wednesday? Today's Wednesday, right? I'm pretty sure today's Wednesday. I do know it's August 27th, 2025, and I know that for a fact because it's on my computer, so that's good. That's good. Know that for a fact. I am so glad to see y'all. Y'all, okay, let's chat. Remember yesterday when we were hanging out together for jury duty here? I need some chapstick. My lips are chapped. Y'all remember when we were hanging out, just heeing and hawing, having a good old time? And I was like, hey, y'all, I think I'm going to look at the timeline tonight. Who, if anyone, knows me well enough to know that I can't just quickly look at a timeline? When I said, hey, I think I'm just going to maybe take a look at the timeline and put it together. Y'all know me well enough, most of you, to know I'm not good at just glancing at a timeline. I become one with the timeline. I move in with the timeline. I become enthralled in a timeline. I love a timeline. I'm putting together stuff because there were a couple things yesterday that they were really scattered on and they gave a few weird dates. So I went to some of the documents and then I went to the previous trials where they had stuff to kind of fix it. That's all I was going to do. I was just going to fix it. I was going to clean it up a little bit. That was the plan. However, I feel like this is a safe space. I can tell y'all how crazy I actually am because most of you already know anyway. It ain't no secret. I ended up spiraling. Y'all, I found some stuff. We're going to put it all together. We're going to go over it. It's a big old mess. 4 a.m. later. It was like 3, but 2:45. And then back up at 4:50. But that's neither here nor there. This is safe space, right? This is how crazy I am. I ended up going back through the other trials and like pulling up the transcripts and like Control F searching for every month of the year, except for May. Y'all, do you know how many Mays come in? Because it doesn't just give you May, it gives you every MAY and may I approach, may I do this, may I do that, and there's all, so anything that happened in May is not going to be on my timeline unless they specifically said it and I heard it and put it in there. So you can't Control F May, but you can Control F 11 of the other months. So there's that. The other trials, some of the stuff I had forgotten because I don't have a master timeline for this one that's like a really detailed one. There ain't no Churchwell chart for this one. There wasn't before last night. When I started putting together the Jeff stuff and the stuff that they were talking about with her erratic behavior and with what really got me interested, it all started because of Halloween. I think it's Halloween that always gets me in trouble. Anyway, it all started with Halloween because this whole thing I was talking to y'all yesterday about how, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? She's acting like a psychopath over there. It's fine. I get it. I was a psychopath last night and it's fine. Everything's fine. No judgment. It all started with Halloween because the Halloween stuff that we were talking about yesterday really piqued my interest because that's when Wendi backed out of her, the contract on that house because she said she didn't have the money. I don't have the money. But then when Georgia was like, oh, well, it wasn't your brother who talked you out of it and sent, things saying you're not going to be in tally much longer anyway. And then the follow the money lady was like, oh, she had the money. All of that stuff that's happening around October is what really, and especially Halloween, is what really piqued my interest. And I just spiraled from there. I did. I ain't gonna lie. No judgment here, right? Whacked out Wednesday. It's fine. It's a thing, right? She definitely did have the money, but it's even so much more than that. I went back to the other trials because I had forgotten a lot of things. And because, we watch so many trials and we get so involved in things. And I've been so involved in Karen Reed for so long that, like, what, if anything else, can you ever think about when you need even Karen Reed stuff for 2.5 years? Thank you, Leah Baker, for that. But I was putting some stuff together last night, and y'all, when you start putting some stuff together, it actually looks really bad for Wendi. I was not sure, speaking of spiraling, what's going on? We don't know. She's got her little phone thing and she's going. Anyway, when you start putting it all together, it looks really bad for Wendi. I did a short video this morning. You'll see me. It's like 5 a.m. still soaking wet hair, etc., etc. I think I even had like a zip patch on my face. It's fine. Everything's fine. I did a video this morning and I put it out, and it's going over just the part of her lying about the house and I have the clip of her saying, like, help me, I'm poor. And then, okay, well, that was a Bridesmaids reference. That's not her actual words. But then I have the clip where the follow the money lady is like, she had the money. And then I have the clips where Charlie is talking to Donna and Donna is talking to Charlie about this house that Wendi was going to buy. And it all started there. So I put a video out about that part this morning, but I'm going to do a video later when we're done here that goes over the majority of it. But since y'all are my besties and we are here together spiraling on Whacked Out Wednesday, I will go ahead and tell y'all a little bit about what I found. Let me pull up my timeline. I have 2 timelines now. I have, because I'm as crazy as this one below me right now. She's having a good old time with that thing. I have my master timeline that has like all the stuff that I found so far. And then I have my, I labeled it the clean timeline, which basically means I kind of like weeded out all of the stuff that doesn't really go toward the theme of what's happening. Anybody who knows my timeline process, you know how I am. Like I have my master one that has like every single time you ever, like flushed your toilet or opened your microwave or whatever. But then I also have the timeline that takes all of the important stuff and puts it together to give an idea of what's actually happening. And that's my clean timeline. So when I was looking, did you remember to take your meds this morning? I just took them. So we're going to be all willy-nilly until they kick in, but they'll kick in. We do have a spreadsheet. All right. On the clean timeline, I put things into chunks of time, right? The divorce happens in September of 2012. Wendi files for divorce. Okay, so we know that right after that, Donna is all up in her business. She is way too involved in the divorce. She is way too involved in writing the motions and who's doing what and all that. We saw that. We've seen those emails, right? So even when the divorce is finalized, there's so much that's still happening with Wendi trying to relocate and Donna, like hating Dan and wanting him to just disappear so that, she and Wendi can live happily ever after. Mommy dearest AF. But there's still a lot of stuff going on. But when I'm looking, I'm like, okay, it's really that after that first year, after the divorce, that's when things really start to take a big turn, which is around that Halloween of 2013. So here's what I found. Okay, so in October of 2013, Donna begins involving Charlie in everything. She is bombarding him with text messages and emails about how much she hates Dan, how terrible this is, how she's so stressed out, Harvey's poor blood pressure, Walter had to walk outside because his blood pressure's so high. This is so terrible for all of us. She is bombarding him with all kinds of communication about Dan and Wendi's divorce. Wendi has been told by the courts, you can't relocate. No, don't ask again. It is dismissed with prejudice, right? So Wendi's like, all right, I guess I'm stuck here. So I'm going to buy a house. She puts, you want to calm down a little bit? Only one of us can spiral at a time. It's my turn. She puts an offer on a house. She's under contract October 24th. This is a week before Halloween. That's where I started getting very interested in all of this, right? So Donna sends a text message to Charlie about the house and is like, oh my gosh, Wendi, I guess, said she's going to go ahead with this house. WTF? And Charlie's like, that's a terrible idea. Did Dan give her permission to move? Because he knows. Court said no. And they have a conversation about it. She puts the offer in on the house and is under contract on the 24th. So this is on the, I think it's a few days after that. I can't remember the date on that one. I have to look at the master timeline for that. But anyway, they're talking about it. So then on Halloween day, oh, and Charlie says, I'll talk to her about it. On Halloween day, at a Halloween party, Charlie talks to Katie McBanois at the Halloween party. We talked about this yesterday. They're getting ready to leave. He jumps in her car. Hey, sis, cute costume. Do you know anybody who can hurt somebody? She says yes. We'll finish spiraling in a minute. Donna got her blue sweater on. Canary yesterday. Robin's egg today. Is that what that blue is called? Robin's egg? Cornflower. We'll go with cornflower. Cornflower blue.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sgt Corbitt. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough?
Oh, I forgot to eat. Yep, I got my snacks.
Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
Jimmy said he was leaving today.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
When we go to our first break, we'll go over the timeline. We made it to Halloween. She is kind of giving 4th of July. I love it.
Right, Sgt Corbitt, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey@gmail.com?
Yes,
Okay, subject, bad news.
correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes,
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied, from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, "Not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna."
Yes,
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
that would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yesterday was a big day, so I tried to get all the big stuff in the recap.
Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest, that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes,
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did
Hallelujah.
Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
Guess who knew
About
that
what
because I
time on
obsessed.
June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from McBanoa's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out, for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. McBanoa and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Miss Magbanowa's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Miss Magbanowa's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this would be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110, again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract, vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she
Do
talking
tell.
Okay, sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here in the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right, so using a timeline, can you walk us through
I love a
the
timeline.
communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanowa's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort rental car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the comfort rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection or speculation.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine McVanois once she is consistent with comfort rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of comfort rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After McVanois, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of comfort rental car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of comfort rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine McVanois at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine McVanois call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine McVanois, is that right?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes.
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine McBanois that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right, what percentage of total communication does Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. McBanois, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown, looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after McBanois would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
That looks
Are you
suspicious.
familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes, so looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Yeah, who gets a ticket less than an hour
And what time
if
did
you're
you receive this
renting a
traffic?
car for a murder?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine McBanois is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacausse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
We're on.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014.
So what we see again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites, represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle, and we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
That's scary, right?
After this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th,
That's correct.
close to 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the 2nd through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This again is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Catherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, me too.
going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes,
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
that was correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes, so slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's, okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present, and Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. About, would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd.
Such a big deal, y'all.
Was there an evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, a friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes,
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
he was.
And what last name, or an Adelson though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry,
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date.
that's correct.
That's crazy.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed.
Yes,
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out, and it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite
Per that email, yes.
and checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right, I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Okay, real quick, for those of you that are saying, wait, what? I don't understand what's going on. The breakdown he just gave, remember they said that there was that first trip that they took in June where Lewis and Sigfredo went to Tallahassee. And Lewis said in one of the trials, I don't remember which one, or maybe he said it in all of them, I can't remember, but he said that basically, you know, they went up there, they followed him, and he said construction, great. He said that they didn't kill him because they saw his kids there. He was like, I'm not going to kill him in front of his kids. And then they ended up losing him. So they went back to Miami. So that was in early June. All of that location data, they just went over. They were saying, okay, we don't have location data for Sigfredo, but we saw Katie's. Can y'all hear that? Apparently they're doing some kind of construction. Great. Love condo life. But they don't have Sigfredo's location, but they had Katie's, and Katie, it shows her location going toward this rental car place where they got the car, and then she's not talking to Sigfredo at all during that time, so they're like, okay, she's probably driving him there so he can get it, because he's the one, it shows her going here, it's rented under his name, and then they leave. He gets a ticket in it less than an hour later, so they end up swapping it out for a different car the next day. That's on June 3rd. So then there's like this, after they get that rental car, before they even swap it out, after they get that rental car, there's a flurry of text message or phone calls and all that. Charlie calls Katie and they talk for 25 minutes after she gets this rental car. Then they hang up and he turns around and calls the landline for his parents, which he said on recorded calls before he wants to call on landline. He thinks that that's safer. So he calls the landline, which he does less than 2% of the time in his whole entire life, and talks to maybe Donna, could be Harvey, for 25 minutes at home that night. This is almost 10 p.m. So there's conspirator communication going around, right? So they end up, the location shows Lewis and this car going up toward Tallahassee. They're around Dan. We know that they didn't kill him during that trip. It shows the location coming back down. The day after they get back, Charlie sends a text to Donna and is like, hey, I'm still working on Dad's B-Day present. Now, a couple months before that, when they were talking about this birthday present, she was like, I need to, talk to you. It needs to be in private. I can't talk to you around anybody else. And she's like, and then she says, erase this text. Then she texts a little while later. She's like, oh, I just need to talk to you about Dad's birthday present. And, it needs to be private. She doesn't say to erase that one. So I think the way it comes off is like she's trying to create an alibi so that she can dip out from, away from Harvey. And I think, was it Wendi with him in the car at that time? I can't remember. So anyway, so it's like, oh, you need to go into the bathroom at a Panera in Gainesville to talk about a birthday present that's, 4 months away. And then Rob and Wendi testified, we didn't get him a birthday present. Rob even said on the stand, he's like, no, we didn't get him a birthday present. In fact, Donna sent an email to all them saying, do not get him a birthday present. The only birthday present required is for you to just come to the party. So birthday present for Dad is code for a murder hit on Dan. So allegedly. So that's in March. So now after this, after the hitmen go up there, Dan's still alive. They come back. So the very next day after they get back, Charlie's like, hey, still working on Dad's B-Day present, as in the hit hasn't happened yet. And then she says, I know you'll come through. I know it's a hard one, but I know you'll come through. That looks really suspicious. Then July 3rd, which is right before the birthday party for Harvey, these Evite reminders are sent out. Donna's the one that set them up. And she sent these invitations out, and on the one that she sent to Wendi, she put the kid's last name as Adelson instead of Harvey. So, I mean, instead of Markel. So she's already changed their names, like a couple weeks before the murder. So she's listing the boys' names as Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what message was found in the cell bride of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
That's diabolical.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
This is important. Wendi is at her parents' house. She is in Miami when she sends this text message. This is the day after Harvey's birthday party. She is in Miami with her family, and she sends this text to Dan like, hey, are you going to be in Tallahassee on these days? These days, as in the days that the hitmen are going to be coming there to kill you. Are you going to be there these days? And he says yes.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence, I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July?
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right, so where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami, Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay, obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services?
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
Piling up.
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail, to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes,
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding,
the Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between, or messages about the phone, the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here? I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and McBanois together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication, so then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them, and then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account that kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m., and then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m. Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick, this is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay, but also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes, as we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m. He makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay, and who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or hybrid rental.
All right, right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's gonna be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be yes.
Uh-oh.
Earlier we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental there was one call to the landline, is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental there's two calls right after the landline, is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence
Thank you.
at 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. and we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanwa's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanwa's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
This is
Correct.
so good.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes, so we see again, slide 175 here, we have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second.
This is like my love language. There's slides, there's timelines, there's graphics, there's data. I'm loving every second of this. Oh, here, I'm behind a minute. I can...
Ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records, it was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay, so we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay, and do we have the same pattern here where Magbanwa was the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanwa?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa, between Magbanwa and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay, and these communications, they also cover attempted communications, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Bagbanowa.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Bagbanowa calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right, so then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it
It was deleted that same day.
when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes, so this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes, so again, we see at 8:09 a.m., there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Bagbanowa, and that's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna, let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay, and do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendy. Good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday.
This is sad.
Right now, I'm hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and get them quick. And then have it ready for you around 4:30 or 5. Get them up from either at the school or at the house. So let me know if that is okay with you. And also, I'd love to chat with you about the situation in school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm gonna be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. For a walk in school, something like that. Let me know. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
That's after he dropped the kids off.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi, or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel, stating, "The repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m., so your swim idea is a no-go today."
So, do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So, again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, "Under our schedule." And he continues, "And you had them until 5 last week." This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, "Because you needed to food shop." This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, "You weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay. What
Wendi
did you-
responds, "If it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now?" This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, lasts a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
And this is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text, "Because I was being nice." And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, "Nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then"?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional
That's bad.
communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay?
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay, is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts not evidence, and also speculation.
Saying is the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this was Dugan.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder: Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
And what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38. The Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Ms. Dugan.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 timeframe.
Okay, and once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay, looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes, so slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did
Negative
she attempt to
ghostwriter.
call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on, since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk, thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on.
Hold on. Sorry. I want to see that slide again. That shows, hold on, I'm going to screenshot it. That shows how far she actually went out of the way. That purple is the route she took. The red is the normal route. That don't look
July
good.
18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on, and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine McVanois. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244.
It looks
as
worse on the map.
Another large time
than-
frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. and through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay. Thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine McVanois that evening?
Yes,
Was McVanois also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes,
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You can use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
I mean, it looks so bad, y'all. We're a little bit behind because I paused to
We need
explain.
To accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling, we'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of testimony in. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time.
Stopping at 11:30 this morning for. Let's see. Y'all, I love me some data. I'm so glad that I did my timeline last night because it's so much easier to plug this into my timeline that I've already obsessed over. All right. So, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I didn't know the jury could do that. Yeah, they can raise their hand or let a bailiff know if they need to go to the bathroom or something. I remember when I was at Charlie's trial, one of them was like I'm about to get sick. So we had to stop and give a break. All right. So, little wild, right? Little wild. 148. Let me do this real quick. Short recess. All right. There are a lot of things coming out. You know how this morning we started out and I was telling y'all how I'm obsessive and weird and crazy and you love, you love and accept me anyway. And I was talking about the timeline and how I kept putting stuff together and I was like, man, the more I put together, the more I'm like, this looks really bad for Wendi. Well, our buddy over here, Sgt Corbitt, is like, oh yeah, hold my beer. Here's way more. All right. I love data. Some people don't. Some people are like, just give me the drama, give me the juicy mess, give me the hot tub tea and TMI, and I get it. But and I love that too, don't get me wrong. But I also love me some data. So like this timeline with all of these graphics and, you know, all of this, like this is my love language. So I am loving every second of this. But also when you start putting all of this together, you see how bad it really is. That June, that first June trip, we'll do just a very quick breakdown of the things that stood out to me. That first June trip, they rent that car, all of the day. I'm not going to break down what data shows what. I'm just going to tell you what we can do from it to speed it up, because they're probably going to come back. Based on all the data, it looks like Katie probably took Sigfredo to that rental car place. They rented that car together. Lewis wasn't there. She was on the phone with Geico Insurance on the way. After they get the rental car, she calls Charlie. They talk for 25 minutes. Then he calls the landline, which he never does. He calls the landline to his parents' house and talks to them for 25 minutes. Harvey and Charlie talk back and forth on Harvey's cell phone. Let's see. They got a ticket, so Sigfredo got a ticket in that car, so he returned it the next day, got a different one. Early morning, June 4th, they leave Miami, go toward Tallahassee. They are seen around Dan's neighborhood. We already know that they followed them. They go back to Miami because they didn't kill him that trip. They go back to Miami. They get back at 12:47 a.m. The very next day, Charlie's like still working on Dad's B-Day present, which based on the previous text messages and all of that, it seems to be code for Dad's birthday present, seems to be code for Dan's murder. So the failed attempt the first time, very next day, Charlie's like, hey, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna says, I know it's a tough one, but I know you'll come through. Look at that supportive mom. So that's the June trip. Then we get to the July trip. There's the July birthday, or we get to July, not the July trip necessarily. We get to July. There's the email about the party where it looks like Donna Sue decided to put the boys' last names as Adelson instead of Markel weeks before the murder. And then we know that Wendi was down in Miami for this. She was down there for, I think she said in one of the trials that she was down there for 7 to 10 days over like around 4th of July and her dad's birthday and all that. She was down there for 7 to 10 days. So they have the big birthday party on July 5th. There are no gifts for Harvey. Spoiler alert. And then the very next day after the party, Wendi is in Miami at her parents' house and she texts Dan saying, hey, are you going to be in Tallahassee between July 14th to the 18th? Because she wants the kids on the 16th. He says, yeah. That's the exact time that next trip is taken, that the actual murder trip is taken. So that looks suspicious. Crazy. Okay, so then we get to the actual trip. There's a lot of co-conspirator communication going back and forth. We're not going to go through all of it, but it does show that on the 15th, well, first on July 14th, Charlie goes to meet Katie. This is potentially to give her money for the rental car and all that, because we heard that Katie said that Charlie gave her money before the trip for them to have, like, I think she said it was like under $500. So that would probably be what that is. So that's on July 14th, that night. Then he gets back home sometime around 1 a.m. or whatever. So July 15th, Sigfredo calls that same rental car place he used the first time, but then he calls a different one later that afternoon, and which is the one for the hybrid cars. And he ends up going to that one that evening around 6:15. So The location shows Sigfredo and Lewis together at the rental car place this time, but Katie and Charlie are also calling back and forth around this time. An hour after talking to Katie, after the car's rented, Charlie calls the Adelson landline again, which he never does except for when they're renting murder rental cars. So he calls the landline and talks on the landline for 22 minutes. And then he calls again right after that and talks for another 11 minutes until about 8:05. And then at 8:06, Harvey's cell phone calls the Adelson home, which implies that Harvey wasn't home. Donna would have been the only one home. So that 33 minutes that Charlie just spent on the phone with Donna after this rental car, the murder car is rented, it would have been between him and Donna. So they're trying to get in. I know that that's one of those things that can get lost, that it can get lost in the dater. But these are those little things that are going to be piece by piece, puzzle pieces, as Rashbaum would say. These are the things that are going to be linking Donna Sue to all of this. So it appears, based on data, that we can assume Charlie was calling Donna after the murder car was rented and they talked for 33 minutes. Okay, so a lot of communication between co-conspirators, et cetera, but the hitmen end up leaving and they arrive in Tallahassee. They leave on the 16th. They arrive on the 17th. Is that right? They arrive on the 18th. Yeah, they leave. I have this moved on to that one. They have, they leave on the 17th. They arrive in Tallahassee after midnight. That's where I got confused because it's 17th, but midnight is technically 18th. Anyway, so they get there, I think it was like 12:30 or something on one of the other days that we heard. So that morning, the day of the murder, Wendi has this calendar event in her phone to have the TV fixed, but that calendar event is deleted before she hands her phone over to law enforcement that day. Might not be weird. They said that she deletes calendar events, you know, so it's not like she tried to hide that she had her TV repairman, whatever. So it's not, whatever. Wendi calls Donna that morning at 8:09 and she calls right back. 8:11, Donna says the Geek Squad's on the way. At 8:20, Wendi sends a text to Charlie and says, "This is so sweet." What was so sweet? What do you think is so sweet? What's so sweet? We don't have any other context for that. What was so sweet? That text message was deleted before she gave her phone to law enforcement later that day. What was so sweet? And why don't we have context for that? I need to know. I need to know. At 9:04, Dan calls Wendi and he leaves her a voicemail and he's like, "Hey, you know, I was thinking about, you know, picking the kids up, like if you can get the kids later today or whatever, like I want to take them swimming or whatever." She doesn't answer, but he leaves that voicemail. Charlie calls Wendi a little bit after that. And then right after that, this is 8 minutes after Dan left the voicemail, Wendi texts Dan. I think Charlie tried to call Wendi on that one and she didn't answer, right? It doesn't have a duration. Anyway, Wendi texts Dan about the swimming thing. This is 8 minutes after he left the voicemail and said, "The repairman's at my house. I'm picking the boys up at 3. So the swim idea is a no-go today." So basically she's saying, I'm getting them at 3, not 4:30. So you cannot take them swimming. And Dan's like, "Okay, well, my day ends at 4:30 with the kids. Like I'm supposed to have them until 4:30 and you had them until 5 last week. He wants all the time he can get." And she's like, "Well, that's because you needed to food shop." And he said, "No, you weren't making them available until 5. And when he said, "Well, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now?" What a brat. Like, give the man his hour and a half to take the children swimming. Dan said, "Because I was being nice." At this point, Charlie calls Wendi and they talk for 18 minutes. All of a sudden, she changes it. She's like, yeah, all right, you can get him at,
Are they good to go?
like, you can take him swimming. I'll get him at 4:30 instead.
Okay. Yes.
That's suspicious. She talks to Charlie for 18 minutes before the murder, and all of a sudden she's like, oh, yeah, okay, it's fine. That's fine. We'll do 4:30 instead of 3. That's suspicious. And of course we have all of the location. Wendy's long tour to go to the liquor store.
You may.
There was an active shooter situation at Annunciation Catholic School in South Minneapolis. The shooter is contained. There are a significant number of victims. Active shooter allegedly opened fire at a church on the south side of Minneapolis. Details are scarce, but an army of police and paramedics arrived. Source says initial information indicates that there are a significant number of victims and some of them are children. Ugh. Shooter is contained. There's no longer a threat to the community. Awful. All right, I know this is a lot of data. However, I feel like at the end, this is all going to be put together in a much easier way to tell it. Like, you have to get the data in so that as you're telling the story, you have facts and evidence. So I know that this can be, I know not everybody's a weirdo like me, like drooling over data, but this has to be entered in so that they can get to the point where they can tell it as a cohesive story.
Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sgt. Corbitt.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine McElveen's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. McElveen and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine McElveen communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does, and again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration, and then Ms. McElveen calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine McElveen's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 1020 and 1022, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, "You're still at work." Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, "Just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house."
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine McVanois?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, "Call us ASAP."
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area, and then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson,
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine McVanois' statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
His home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before McVanois arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
Overruled. You may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handsets location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, based on these two phone calls, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call-out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
That sounds like a math problem in high school.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
If two co-conspirators are traveling north at 25 miles an hour.
When Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence, according to this estimated travel time.
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
Interesting.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence, and that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he
where-
check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you
Field
do that
trip.
drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
Field trip.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Mag Banwell's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20-something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Ragbanoa's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia, and it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia, and that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbano's calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia. and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20, so we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1:40. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or durations, so his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right, and is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascara's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right, switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case?
Oh, yeah.
Back in 2016.
I
Oh,
was.
yeah.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So
Who's
this is
seen
a
The Wire?
real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In
Who,
order
if anyone?
for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers, that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination, and then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes, in certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening. Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine McManus.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and McManus' phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things, and we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls
A designated officer.
at TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanwa are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case.
Oh, yeah, the bump.
Which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
April 19th.
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during
think.
that time
I could be
frame.
wrong.
This is 4/19 of 2016, and what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine McBanwa at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
I'm so excited
and
for
in the
this.
cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their
Objection, Your
own?
Honor. Facts not in evidence, counsel's testifying.
To stand as the counsel testifying, please establish the foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
I can't wait for this. Okay, so Donna and Wendi talked about Charlie's trial and the verdict as it was happening. Bring all the data. I want to hear what she said, when she said it, who she said it to. This is all stuff that we didn't have access to in any of the other trials. They got her at the airport when she was trying to flee the country to Vietnam. I'm excited to hear this. Oh yeah, they are. He did say that they were going to be stopping at 11:30 for something today, I guess. For something with a schedule, so I'm guessing it was early lunch, stopping at 11:30. Oh my gosh, Mom Bear one says, you missed yesterday. Did I miss anything yesterday? Interesting. Yes. All of it. Yesterday was wild. I did a recap on it though, because you're not going to have time to watch all 9 hours again, but I did a recap on it, on all the big stuff. They're having a side bark. A juror needs to do something. Oh, is that what they were talking about scheduling? Oh, so they're ending at 11:30 for the day? Because if so, that means I'll actually have time to finish my timeline and then take a nap. Because I haven't slept much. We get to hear Wendi and Donna talking on the phone. Unless they play jail calls, but actually, I don't know if I don't think she's talked to her since she got arrested. But we will get to hear Charlie on the phone and Katie. I'm trying to think of what all calls we heard. There was that one call where, what's her name? Erica, that worked at Adelson Institute, called him and was like, yeah, there's some investigators asking about you. And he was like, tell him it's the wrong, what did he say? Tell him it's the wrong Dr. Adelson. And he says he's going to call back on a landline. What are we supposed to do at work all day? It might not be for the full day. I don't know. I just heard something about stopping at 11:30 for scheduling stuff, but I don't know if it's the whole time, like for the whole day. Is Brandi going this time for the verdict? No, I will be here with y'all. When I was there for Charlie's trial, I remember the area where I was in the courthouse, I was like right over where the Markel family was. I wasn't in the media room. Media room just gets stuffy. I like to people watch. So when they announced, like when they came to tell the Markel family that there was a verdict, I was right there, so I heard it. So none of the media heard it because they were all in the media room. So I put in the live chat, I was like, we have a verdict. And I think I even tweeted it. And everybody was like, no, we don't. No, we don't. Stop. No, we don't. Court TV hasn't said it. I was like, Court TV's in the media room. I'm right here.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning.
Lunch break.
Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news.
They've never seen The Wire.
We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
So we have a long lunch break. It was funny how many people were telling me I was wrong because Court TV didn't say it. I was like, I'm looking at the Court TV dude and he's in the media room. He didn't hear what just happened. It was really funny.
Everyone can be seated. During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Your Honor.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sgt Corbitt's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion of Sgt Corbitt?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, so like an hour and 45 minutes, right? Long lunch break today. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Don't mind me, I'm just dropping everything. It was a lot of dater. It was a lot of dater. However, I love me some dater. And so a lot of it we already know. I was getting real excited about all the Donna stuff that we haven't heard yet. And then we have to go to lunch. But at least we got everything that we did. So I will put this all together in the recap, that we do tonight, but I'll give you kind of a brief recap of what we've gone over this morning before we take our lunch break. And I am actually going to take a lunch break this time because I've got stuff I got to get done. But Jackie D said, I just sat down and was all excited to tune in, and then they take a lunch break. Sorry, Jackie D. Nobody gets a lunch break. We're going to sit here and wait with Jackie D. All right, so the timeline stuff. We have all of that data, metadata, put together to basically track the movements and communication between the conspirators, right? Between the convicted conspirators and the unindicted alleged conspirators, and the one that is, of course, on trial. I went over the recap earlier on that. Whatever, I'll just do it again for those of you who are just joining us. Very quick Cliff's Notes version. We went over that June trip where the hitman first went to Tallahassee. We're able to see that Katie, we're able to assume that Katie and Sigfredo went to rent the car for that. Lewis did not rent the car for that one. They went to the rental car place. After they rented the car, Katie calls Charlie and they talk for 25 minutes. Then Charlie calls the Adelson landline and talks to them for 25 minutes. And this is all at around 9:45 p.m. is when he calls his parents' house line. Not suspicious at all. So let's see. Scroll. A lot of this stuff I'm not going over all the details. Sigfredo ended up getting a ticket in the rental car less than an hour after getting it, or around an hour after getting it. So he ended up trading it the next day and got a Hyundai Sonata. So early morning on June 4th, they're in Miami, and it shows They're going toward Tallahassee. Location data shows them, and GPS data from the car show them around Dan's area in the neighborhood. They do not kill him that time. Lewis said on the stand that he was with his kids, so they weren't going to do it in front of the kids, and then they lost him, so they did not kill him that time. They travel back to Miami and get back around 12:47 a.m. The day after they get back, Charlie tells Donna, still working on Dad's B-Day present. B-Day present, we believe, is code for Dan's murder. And she says, I know it's a tough one, but I know you'll come through. Do y'all think, let's do a poll. Do you believe, I won't tell you what I think yet. Do you believe that Dad's birthday gift was code for Dan's murder? All right. I want to see what y'all think. All right. So that's the June trip. So then we get to early July. There's all of this is trying to tie into all of the conspiracy stuff and show all of the evidence. Puzzle pieces. Donna created a Evite thing for Harvey's birthday. She sends the one to Wendi that has the kid's name, but she has Adelson listed as their last name instead of Markel. Now, this is weeks before the murder and a year before Wendi had changed their names. But Donna Sue's already ready for them to be Adelsons. She's already erasing Dan from her life. That's on July 3rd. July 5th is the birthday party. At this point, Wendi is in Miami. She was there for 7 to 10 days, she said. The day after the party, July 6th, Wendy's at her parents' house. She texts Dan and asks if he's going to be in Tallahassee between July 14th to the 18th because she wants the kids on the 16th. This is significant because those dates are the dates when we know that the hitman will come back and Dan will actually lose his life. So while she's at her mama's house, she's texting him like, hey, are you going to be there? Because I want the kids on that Wednesday, even though we have already talked about me having kids on Wednesdays anyway. But okay. So then after Wendy's trip to Miami, she comes back to Tallahassee. We get toward the time within a few days of the murder. The 14th is the night before the hitman left Miami to come to Tallahassee for the second time. That night, Charlie and Katie meet up, presumably for him to give her the money for them to go. I think she said less than $500. Charlie goes to meet Katie and then returns home that night. So early in the morning, Sigfredo calls, or not, it's the day they left, the day they rented the car. I think I said the day before they leave. It was the day before they rented the car. Early in the morning, Sigfredo calls the same car rental place that he had used the first time. And then later in the afternoon, he calls a different place, which is where he ended up renting the Prius. He goes that night, rents the Prius. It's like 6:15. Location data shows him and Lewis went there together to rent it, and we know that their names are on or Lewis's name is on there, but their phone numbers are on there, whatever. So after the car rental, Katie and Charlie are talking back and forth. About an hour after Charlie talked to Katie and the car is rented, Charlie calls the Adelson landline again, twice, for a total of 33 minutes. Harvey's cell phone was making calls to the landline shortly after that, so we can presume that it was Donna that he talked to for those 33 minutes after the car was rented, because it looks like Donna would have been the only one home. So both times that the cars were rented, A lot of communication going on between co-conspirators, and both times the car was rented, Charlie contacted Donna or Donna and Harvey or whatever on a landline. All right. The hitmen, Lewis and Sigfredo, leave on July 16th to head toward Tallahassee. They leave in the afternoon. They arrive July 17th after midnight. I think it was like 12:30 something. Late morning to early afternoon hours, their cell locations show them basically following Dan around town. Side note, police didn't even know about the June trip until Lewis told them, and they were able to confirm all of this. So that morning, Wendi has the Geek Squad coming to her house to fix the TV. Her and Donna talk a little bit that morning. She sends a text to Charlie that says, "This is so sweet," but she deletes that text before she turns her phone over to police that day. And I have questions about that. What was sweet? I need context. I need more information. So just after 9 o'clock, Dan leaves a voicemail for Wendi, and he's like, "Hey, you know, I want to take the kids swimming, so, you know, maybe pick them up at 4:30 instead of whatever she was planning." Wendi reads or hears the voicemail, and 8 minutes after the voicemail's left, she says that there's a TV repairman at her house, and she said that swimming that he wanted to do with the boys is a no-go. She's like, "Nope, I'm picking the boys up at 3. Dan says, "Okay, well, the agreement is that I'm supposed to get them till 4:30, and you had them until 5 last week." And she's like, "Well, that's because you needed to food shop." And he says, "No, that's because you weren't making them available until 5. Dan said, Wendy said, "If it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now?" And Charlie said, Dan said, "Because I was being nice." So they're going back and forth. Dan just wants another hour and a half with his kids so he can take them swimming. And she's like, "Nope, I'm getting them at 3. But then Charlie calls her, and they talk for 18 minutes. And then right after that, she changes her tune. She's like, "Okay, yeah, never mind. I'll get them at 4:30. What do y'all think about that? That's suspicious? Don't be suspicious. Don't. She gives him a hard time over it. And then after she has an 18-minute conversation with Charlie, not long before Dan is killed, all of a sudden she's like, "Yeah, all right. See you at 4:30. I think that part's suspicious. By itself, maybe not. Paired with all the other evidence, yeah. So, communication still happening between Charlie and Katie and all that happening. He's also contacting Stephen Webster, who is his post-divorce attorney, and they're setting up time to talk later that day. So there's no location for Sigfredo and Lewis's phones for a while. It's like they turned them off when they were in the gym parking lot, and they didn't get turned back on until like 12:18-ish. Y'all think it's sus too? I thought so too. At 12:30, Sigfredo calls Katie. Short call. This is potentially the call that we heard about where he says, you know, it's done. At 12:31, right after Sigfredo calls Katie, 12:31, Wendi is on a voice call. It shows like she's leaving her home, and she goes way out of the way, like way out of the way, to go to the liquor store, twice the time, twice the drive time, to go to the liquor store, and goes by Dan's house. she gets to the roadblock where they have it taped off sometime between 12:35, 12:45. She gets to the liquor store, gets her bullet bourbon, and then goes to lunch. Then that's where they find her and take her to the police station to interview her. Because, of course, it was like 11:02 when 911 was called for Dan. All right, so that night, it's 7:04 p.m. Wendi calls Donna while she's in her law enforcement interview. And she's like, Mom, are you sitting down? She hangs up and she tells the police, she's like, well, she sounds surprised, so that's good, right? 7:04 p.m. Wendi calls Donna from her law enforcement interview. At 7:12, just minutes later, Donna texts Charlie and says, call us ASAP. Within an hour, Donna and Harvey leave the South Beach area and start traveling north. Charlie tells Katie at 8:23, so about little over an hour after Donna tells Charlie to call us, Charlie tells Katie, he's like, I'm not feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house, aka come over tonight. Donna gets to Charlie's house and texts, and Harvey gets to Charlie's house and texts him, I'm outside your house. That's just before 9 o'clock. I guess she's just sitting out there waiting. It takes like 20 minutes before Charlie texts and says, I'm 10 minutes away. He's like north of the area and he's moving south toward his house. So if he got there 10 minutes away and they had been sitting there 20 minutes, it means that Donna and Harvey would have sat there for about half an hour waiting on him, give or take. We know that Charlie told Katie that his mom and dad had just come by and dropped off the money to pay for the hit. The moldy, stapled, literally laundered money. So that all checks out with the testimony that we've already heard, right? So Charlie gets home about 9:30. He calls Katie at 10:12. So about 42 minutes after the time that he's estimated to get home. And then she calls back at 10:20. They talk for a couple minutes. And then right after they talk, Katie leaves and heads towards Charlie's. So if I were going to make up what is said on that phone call, it would be like, hey, my parents dropped off the money. Come on over. It's ready for you. I've got it laundered and stapled for you. And the mold is free. So Donna and Harvey continue traveling north because they're going to make their way toward Tallahassee. And Charlie is there freaking out. When Katie gets there, he has like a gun in his hand and he's pacing and he's acting like a crazy person. And she spends the night with him. She says when she wakes up the next morning, he's put the money in the trunk of her car and she leaves and she goes back to try to meet Sigfredo. Donna and Harvey had estimated to arrive at their hotel after 1 a.m. All right, so that next morning, when Katie's location starts showing again, it confirms what she said about being there that night and then leaving that morning around 9:45 a.m. and traveling toward the area where her and Sigfredo live. So Katie starts trying to reach Sigfredo, and he ain't answering. And she's like, what is happening here? So she's trying to call him. She can't get in touch with him. Then she starts calling his friends like, hey, have you seen him? So Lewis and one of his other friends are like, there's like a bolo for Sigfredo. Turns out he's at a girl's house. So Lewis tracks him down, takes him home. Katie goes over there. According to Katie, that's when she gave him the money from the hit. The reason they couldn't get in touch with him, aside from the fact that he was at a girl's house, is because he apparently dumped his phone early that morning. His phone left the network, never to be heard from again. Did he get rid of it on a military base? We'll never know. Probably not. I'd say probably not. But he rehomed his phone. So Katie leaves Sigfredo's and goes toward the house where she had dropped her kids off, her friend's house that was keeping their kids. All of this data shows that the testimony, because one of the things that they talked about a lot is whether or not you can trust the testimony from like jailhouse informants and co-conspirators. And they were telling, you know, Katie on the stand, like, you know, well, you lied. You a liar. You lied. But here's the thing. The details that she's giving in certain things, all of this data corroborates that. Like, for example, he said and some of the stuff that's like the important stuff. You know, yesterday when she's like, oh, I didn't know until later that Sigfredo had taken Lewis with him. And I was like, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know why she would lie about it, but I don't know if I believe that. And I'm pretty sure I remember like stuff that says otherwise. Anyway, there are some things like that where it's like, it doesn't affect everything one way or the other, right? But you have details that she's giving that do affect it, like big time affect it. As in, when I got to Charlie's house the night of the murder, he said, my parents just left and dropped off the money for the hit. This data confirms that they stopped by his house, and the way that all of the communication is set up, it's like they weren't just like, oh, I'm driving by, you know, Hong Kong. Hey, I'm out here. Hey, boo. Love you. No, it's not that. I'm outside your house. And then 20 minutes later, they're still sitting there. And he's like, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Now, if I'm driving by somebody's house, I might give him a honk. Chat Daddy can't pass by no house, no workplace, no nothing where he knows somebody without honking. One thing about Chat Daddy, he gonna honk. If you ever hear a horn honking outside, it's Chat Daddy. I'm telling you right now. He gonna honk. But a lot of us might do that, but we're not going to sit there and wait for 30 minutes unless there's a reason, right? When they were in Charlie's trial, I'm pretty sure I remember Charlie being like, oh, you know, yeah, she didn't come over. She was just saying, you know, oh, hey, I'm out here. The data doesn't show that. So I think that this is important because a lot of this is corroborating very, very important details that Lewis and Katie have given on the stand, while also not like corroborating anything that Charlie said, really. It's a lot of work to put all of the data together to paint a full picture. But some of this stuff, especially some of the stuff that's specifically corroborating things like Donna and Harvey dropping off the money, that is a very, very, very important part of this. Because think about where we're at right now. Think about, because we've talked about this as the trial has progressed, you know, everybody's like, well, they haven't even proven anything for Donna. They haven't even shown that Donna's involved. But what they have proven is that there's some kind of conspiracy situation happening where hitmen were hired, money was exchanged, and we know for sure at least some of the people who were involved, right? So if you know for sure that this conspiracy happened, these hitmen were hired, and they were paid money, now you have one of the conspirators who's saying, co-conspirators who's saying, the money came from Donna. Charlie specifically told me the money came from Donna. And now you have metadata, Apple Healthcare data, that shows that what she said is corroborated by all of this information. So now all of a sudden, where they haven't proven anything for Donna, now all of a sudden they have very, very strong evidence that the money did come from her. And if the money came from her, and then you have all of that other stuff about, dad's birthday party and delete this text and, all of the calls after the rental cars and, changing the boys' names and all of that stuff. All of that really starts to snowball for her. And we haven't even gotten to the bump or the wiretapped yet. So, are they just going through them all one by one? Pretty much. They tried Sigfredo and Katie together for the first trial, and he was convicted, but it was a hung jury for her. So they retried her. But with COVID, it got delayed and delayed and delayed. And they retried her, and she was convicted. And they arrested Charlie after them. Lewis and Sigfredo were arrested first. And then Charlie starts getting super, super creepy. Like, paranoid, acting a fool, sweaty and unhinged, etc., etc. But Lewis and Sigfredo were the first to go down. And that was in like May and June of 2016. And then right after that is when Charlie was removed as a manager for Adelson Institute and all that. I think he ended up selling the practice back to Harvey. But it was 2022, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So it was like 6 years-ish that passed between the times that Sigfredo and Lewis were arrested and the time that Charlie was arrested. I'm pretty sure it was 2022. And then, of course, after Katie was convicted, she turned state's witness right before Charlie's trial and ended up testifying against him. And then right after Charlie's trial, as soon as Charlie was convicted, Donna was like, well, it's been fun. I'm going to get up out of here. She books a one-way ticket for her and Harvey. And then they get her at the airport. So it seems like it is going mostly one by one. But with each new indictment comes new search warrants, new digital evidence, new information. And if they indicted Wendi right away, then they wouldn't have her testimony in any of these trials, and her testimony is key for this. So, all right. What time is it? 11, which means 12. So we have an hour and 15 minutes. I cannot wait for the conversation between Donna and Wendi after Charlie's convention. Right? Said that they were talking about his trial and his conviction, like as it's going on. I want to hear it all. Let's end the poll. Okay, 96% of you believe that Dad's birthday gift was code for Dan's murder. Hi, Mary. Charlie should have never been involved. It was Donna that involved him. Like, she the lengths that she went. That's why when she, like, when her lip is quivering on that, the other day when the judge had to tell her to fix her face and her lip is quivering, she's like, I didn't feel sorry for her. I don't feel sorry for her. All I have to think about are some of those emails and things that she said and those kids growing up without a father, and I don't feel sorry for her. Alice says, I don't think it was code. I think the actual murder was the gift. Do you think that it was a gift for, like, how do I say this? Like, that they were telling Harvey, you know, like, this is your gift? Surprise. Crazy. Charlie probably just thought he was getting Donna off his back. I think so. You know, it's wild because for him to brag about how he has, like, you know, all these connections to the criminal world and, you know, whatever. Okay, well, maybe you should have talked to some of them about what not to do before you got all involved in this. Maybe you should have, like, taken some notes. Maybe. If you have connections to the underworld, maybe you should have, like, done a little better. I don't know. I don't think Harvey cared. We all know Donna ran that ship and everyone else's ships, apparently. True dat. True dat. All right, we have about an hour and 10 minutes. Skip was getting rid of Dan so Wendi could move home. So sad. You know, when Georgia asked her about that in Charlie's trial, she was like, no, what a horrible thing to say. I don't like her. All right, I'm going to take a break. We have about an hour, and I need it to get some stuff done. Do you want, let's do a poll. Start a poll. What do you want on break? We could do Wendi police interview, beach cam, and Lucy cam because I'll be sitting here working for most of it. That's all I can think of. We'll just do those. Beach cam and Lucy cam. Police interview. Some of y'all, everybody's saying different stuff. We'll give it a second. Lucy is very busy, clearly. Yeah. Okay, most of you are saying Wendi police interview. How about I'll give you both? I'll give you Wendi police interview. And then I'll do a mini Lucy cam. Because that's how much I love y'all. I gotta find it. I thought I had this saved. Wait, is this it? I think so. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to take her on a sidebar really quick first. And then she'll come back to her. Her little area. Oops, wrong one. Get your life together, Brandi. Let's see. Is that it? Okay. All right. I'll be back.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this really happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes.
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
When I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car, and I needed super glue for one of the boys' toys, and I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Either for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you
Okay.
want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay,
Um,
okay. And then you,
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
okay,
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry,
Mm.
and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah,
Okay, you went down, which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to
Oh.
Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe, I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott, and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with a divorce, but yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay,
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house, but yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
it's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton, it's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it,
Yeah,
down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, yeah, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes, like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue,
Right.
and
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay,
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street, it's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay,
If you're heading north on Thomasville, like, if you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
okay, just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill, it's close to the intersection there.
Okay, all right, and then from that point, you went straight to the
Went to Mosaic
Mosaic Restaurant?
and met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting, and I hadn't seen my two friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1, I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1, and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay, all right, I know it's cold in here, okay?
I think that's not why. I'm
Okay,
shaking.
I know it's part of it, but, do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
He's, oh my God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You
I
understand, right?
understand. I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me,
He owes money to you?
but not,
Okay,
not me.
okay, all right, all right.
Oh
God, her poor kids. Oh, I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay,
He was a very positive person.
okay.
He
No one that you know of or that you've spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
no one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know, like,
Right.
if he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it, but, I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was gonna go, and he, I can't, I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would, like, hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him
Okay.
knows that he means well, but he can be a little, like, argumentative,
Right.
but not, he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad.
Okay.
I
And
can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting. She lives in New York.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor at?
At NYU.
Okay.
And they seemed very happy, and I mean, I think that was a really good thing in his life. He seemed really happy about it. She came down here, she met the boys, and I met her, and she told me how great she loved the boys. It seemed fine.
Did she ever stay at the house with him?
Just that one time.
When was that?
I remember because I just got back from being with my family in South Florida. Sorry.
It's okay. You're doing great.
So what date was it? I went with my family. It was my dad's 70th birthday, and we went home for it. So his birthday was the 5th. I left Monday the 30th, so she must have come into town Saturday, the evening of the 28th.
What month?
June.
This past June.
Just now. So June 28th, and then she was there with the boys the 29th, and then I met her on the morning of the 30th when I picked up the kids to take them to South Florida.
Do you know when she left?
I could probably find it like in my email and stuff. I think she was here for like one more day, and then Danny went up to New York because I was with the kids in Miami for a good long while. I was there. I drove back July 10th, so I was there almost 2 weeks. And so I think he went up the next day.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I do. It's Amy Adler. Oh my gosh, she's
A.D.
Adler.
And she's a professor of law at
Yeah.
NYU?
Yeah.
What kind of car does she drive?
I have no idea. I don't know if she has a car. She lives in New York City.
Well, so, I mean, she was driving down. I mean, she flew down here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have her phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were dating even. It seemed kind of serious if she met the kids, but I don't really know. He's been going up to New York for the conferences and stuff since Lincoln was about a few months old. So he's been going up there 3.5 years. So my guess was that they might have known each other for a long time, but have been dating. I don't know how long.
Well, let me ask you something. Does his relationship with her have anything to do with your all's divorce?
No.
No, it had nothing to do with
No.
an extramarital affair or anything?
No, but the only thing I'm thinking is Amy. I don't know what Amy's full divorce situation is like. So if you're gonna think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Do you know anything about him?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay. So you know Amy Adler, she's a professor at NYU. She was down here from the end of June through the first part of July.
I think just a few days.
Right.
Yeah.
As visiting, but he'd been seeing her when he goes to New York on these conference
Yeah.
trips.
Well, he's in New York in the summertime. We have a week on, week off schedule with the boys. So whenever I have them for a week, he goes up to New York for a week. So he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Did he relate to you that he'd been seeing her up in New York, or that's where they met, or anything of that nature?
He didn't tell me about it, but I feel like he was pretty vocal with like our friends and people probably since December about her being his girlfriend. So
Okay. Who would be his best friend?
when we were still together, he had two best friends. Neither of them are in Tallahassee.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm completely blanking on their last names right now.
That's
There's
okay.
Matt Price, that was his best man at our wedding. And Josh Berman, who, Matt is in DC and Josh is in New York. Actually, he has a friend, I don't know if they're so close, but he and the boys sleep over at their house a lot. They're in Cairo, Georgia.
Okay.
That's probably his closest friend here.
Do you know his name?
His name's Alex Greenberg. He's a veterinarian in town, and they've got kids around the same age as our kids.
He's a vet here in town?
Mm-hmm. And I think
Do you know
they're
where his
close.
office is?
I don't. Maybe in Cairo.
Oh, he doesn't have office in Tallahassee.
I don't think so.
He's a vet in Cairo.
Their house is in Cairo. His
Right.
wife is a dentist. I don't know if her practice is in town or in Cairo either. His wife is Maya, M-Y-A.
Okay. You're being very helpful, okay, and I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
You're
can't
doing fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all the shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay?
I don't know who would do this.
Okay, well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't
You
think.
don't know who it is.
No. And I don't
What if
think,
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's gonna be, I have no indication at this time that that's a threat, okay? But the boys are gonna stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay?
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are gonna stay with you, okay? And they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this.
All right, where's your closest family at?
My family actually just talked to my brother this morning. My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay,
And my brother, I have two brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
okay, all right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been
Oh
notified
my
yet.
God. His parents are gonna be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay, but I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're going to make arrangements for you to get the kids, or we'll get the kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to need their mother,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta get a form for you to sign, and then I'm gonna get the phone started,
Oh my
okay?
God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had 2 of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute.
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them, you have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm
Okay.
so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always this joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
Well, you guys have been divorced for over a year. Has there been any type of abuse in that time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No, it's, he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house, it shouldn't be in my name anymore, but when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was, Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay her half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed, and he just never paid me.
Okay.
And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong, which she didn't. But so, I mean, she withdrew from the case and was going to serve as a witness. I mean, she's not going to lash out at him for it. She's using the legal process to do it. My parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that.
Right.
I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
The brother that you're real close to, I have to do a lot of elimination at the same time. The brother that you're really close to, the one that joked about the TV and everything, what'd you say his name was?
Charlie.
Charlie, and he's in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what kind of car he has.
He has like 5 cars.
Can't tell me all of
He
them.
drives I think one of them is an unmarked police car.
Oh, really?
He's a bit of a character.
Okay,
So I don't know what he's driving at the time.
right.
But I'll tell you, he's a periodontist, and he has this practice where he works from early in the morning till late at night. So if you ever wanted to find his whereabouts, he's working all day long
Okay.
until early in the morning till late at night, always driving to a different office, working.
Oh, he goes to different offices?
Yeah, he works in different offices all over South Florida and does implants for people. And he works really hard all the time. He has a girlfriend, so he's pretty much accounted for all the time.
Charlie, was that his first name?
Charlie's his first name.
Not Charles?
I think Charles is his legal name. No one calls him that.
What's his last name?
Adelson.
What's his middle?
J-A-Y.
Same spelling, Adelson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
What? Oh my god.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay, all right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, and the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he
okay.
still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm gonna have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my god.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
Oh my god.
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No.
I meant to, like,
It's fine. Our last interaction wasn't nice.
oh, you're talking about personal.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, you know, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. He sent me that message at 9:15 this morning.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you're all gonna have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning, is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed
Okay.
to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's gonna go to school, and he said, I'm gonna be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay,
When he said, I'm gonna be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym. He
At
said,
Premier.
At Premier. He
Mhm.
said, I'm gonna be out of it by such and such a time, you can call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him, well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42, and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's gonna take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just
didn't
didn't
happen?
happen.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me get this. There's a lot of information on here, okay? It'd probably be easier if I read it to you.
Fine.
Okay. I, Wendi Adelson, and I gotta change this.
Adelson.
I know, I gotta change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I said it wrong. Adelson. Do hereby authorize and give my permission to investigate a Isom who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with the necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize to give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right
Okay.
now, yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data which may or may not have a connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent to the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on any additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything or been threatened or coerced in any way, nor has any inducement of any kind been held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Okay, can I have your phone now?
Yeah. Stupid question, but
Go ahead.
are you gonna give it back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going on?
No, you're gonna get it back. It's just I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you
I
sooner.
understand.
Be right back. Okay, Wendi. Let me get your.
That's the friend I was with calling. Do you want to just decline it? I guess I should talk to anyone right now.
Yeah.
Is there someone I can talk to about what to tell my kids?
Yes, we're gonna get to that Give me your phone number on this phone again.
954-803-0079.
Can I get Daniel's cell phone number?
202-276-8200.
202-276-8200. Okay. Do you know his passcode to unlock his phone?
I don't.
You don't know it?
I don't have a passcode. When
Right.
I was with him, he didn't have the kind of phone that needed a passcode.
Okay.
But he's gotten an iPhone since then, so
Yeah.
he may have one. And I can't remember, like, actually, I remember his passcode to something, but it was like a word in Hebrew with the word one, so it's a word and not numbers. I could give you my children's birthdays in case you want to try that. I really have no idea what it would be.
Okay, let's go ahead with the children's birthdays.
So Ben is 7/29, so it could be like 0729.
What year?
2009. Lincoln is 10/13/2010. They're 14 months apart.
10/13 of 10?
Yeah. I was complaining about him at the lunch.
Sorry. I'll be right back. Go ahead, check.
What is going on?
Okay, they're gonna take your phone, they're gonna hook it up to a machine, download the information. It doesn't take a whole lot unless you got a lot of stuff on there.
I don't know what's on there. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay, no problem.
Is there?
Yep.
Is it close by?
Yeah, it's real close by. Okay, you can leave your stuff there, it's not going anywhere, and I'll ask you right around the corner here, okay?
Okay.
Do you want some water after that?
Okay.
Okay,
Can't leave.
not yet. You got somebody here?
Seriously? Okay, I'll hold it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We just have to eliminate everything, okay? You know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't.
No, you're not a suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I'm not Reggie Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now, okay? You are.
I'm so sad for. I
So,
was thinking about something else. He told me that he comes. We have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
right,
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week that
well,
were.
you're saying he would not hurt himself?
No,
Okay, all right,
it wasn't him.
okay. He has no reason to hurt himself or anything along that.
No, I mean, I
Okay.
can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys
Okay,
and things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
okay. I believe you.
Which really scares me because it means there's someone out there that's willing to do this to him and I'm scared for the kids.
Okay, I understand
And they're at school right now and I wanna,
There's an officer at the school.
okay,
The kids are fine.
okay.
Okay, there's no, the
I don't
kids
know,
are,
I'm gonna tell them.
well, we're gonna help you with that, okay? But here's what I have to do right now, and I'm just trying, I wanna get this down pat. I know you don't have your phone to refer to,
Okay,
but that's okay.
you'll have all that information.
Right, because I'll check that against what you tell me.
Okay,
Your last phone your last personal contact, in other words, in person with Daniel, was when?
he goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
Yes, I don't know him, so I'm
I'm
sorry.
just telling
Okay,
you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal. My last face-to-face contact with him, wow. We do a lot of like leave off pickup at the school, right? Where one of us will take the kids to school, the other one picks them up. When was the last time I saw him? I definitely saw him when I picked the kids up. I feel like there's something since then, but that would have been.
No, I'm not away. I'm not familiar with the,
Okay, I'll get Annie, because she wanted it before.
And that was that morning I drove down, so that was June 30th,
Okay.
whatever that Monday morning was that we drove down to Miami. I saw him, I met Amy. Then we did a lot of Skype, like we'd Skype every day while I was gone. But that's not in person. I came back with my parents. We drove back all together. And then that Friday, which would have been last Friday, a week from today. So if today's the 18th, it was Friday the 11th, that's my other brother's birthday. And I would have seen him, but I had been with the kids for like 12 days straight and I was getting really sad at the idea of drop off of Danny coming to pick him up. And so my folks said, you know what, why don't you just, so at about 4:45, I just went over to a friend's house. I didn't see him that day. And then he had the kids and I got some sort of laryngitis and I was alone all weekend. So that was Saturday, Sunday. And then this week, I missed the kids, so I visited them at school on Monday and Tuesday.
they were staying with Danny?
They were with Danny that whole time, but Danny and I had started on days when we really missed the kids. We'd go have like lunch with them or breakfast with them. So I went and had lunch with them or read them a story. I saw them Monday, I saw them Tuesday. Wednesday was my overnight, and so that was Wednesday, and then he had them Thursday was yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him,
Was
June 30th.
June 30th, okay. And then yesterday, y'all were conversing on text about this phone call, or about this discussion for Ben.
On email, I think,
Okay.
about, we'd both spoken with an administrator at the school, and so yesterday morning I emailed him and said, I'd really love for him to go to this school. I think we should accept it. Here's why. And then I asked him a second question about Ben's birthday coming up, because I didn't have Ben on his birthday, and he wanted this Lego thing, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got it for him. So I asked him if he was gonna do a party for Ben, so I knew ahead of time whether people would be bringing presents or whatever, and so I knew whether he would have gotten it from someone else or whether I should buy it for him. And he wrote back and said, when your voice feels better, let's talk, because my throat was really hurting. He said, let's talk, we need to work this out for Monday. And I sent him an email, you'll see it sometime this morning while I was home working on my paper, that said, okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I don't know what time I sent it, but if I called him at 11:40, it was either before I called him, because I thought normally he would have called.
Okay.
Like when he said I'm done with the class at 10:30, and I had said, okay, let's talk, and then sent him a call or an email, like, I thought it was weird I hadn't heard from him, but I just thought, like, oh, maybe he's busy with something or showering. Or...
But he told you at some point that he was going to premiere this morning.
Yeah, no, that phone
when-
message says, I'm going to premiere, I'll be out 10:15, 10:30. And so you can call me after that.
When did you receive that phone message?
Maybe after the repair guy left, so maybe at like, this morning, like
Okay.
at 11-ish or something.
All right, so you're at your house with the repairman, he leaves, you go back to working on your papers, and then you leave your house around noon, drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you go to
There's a
sleep.
tree.
Right, pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So,
I didn't even think, like, that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and I'm sorry, I wasted
sorry,
time.
no, you're not wasting my time. I think I asked you before, you don't have a number for Amy. You do not have a contact number for her,
Don't.
but you know she's a professor at NYU.
Yeah.
You know that her and Danny have been seeing each other, and that she stayed here from the end of June to the 1st of July, just
At least 2
28
weeks, maybe. Yeah.
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 and she met the children,
Yeah, she met a few friends in town too.
and you don't know anything about her ex,
No, I know she was married.
right? And she has children
She has a son
in New York,
in New York.
okay,
She's a son. I think he's 14.
okay.
Um,
Do you know how old Amy is?
she's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful. She is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished, and
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's 50, she goes by Amy Adler,
Her middle initial is M.
M, okay?
So that, like, if you looked her up, oh my god, if you looked her up on the law school website, you'd find her that way.
Okay.
Her brother's he's like a famous fashion designer, so I think they spend a lot of weekends like in the Hamptons, and she lives in the city and lives like, you know, good life.
Okay. You gave me a name of Matt Price, who's in DC.
That's his best friend.
Is that an attorney?
He's an attorney, yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with so many lawyers.
That's okay, I'm used to it. I gotta deal with the state attorney's office, public defender's office, private attorneys.
The only time I've ever been in this, I represent victims of crime. I represent immigrant victims of crime, so it's the only time I've ever been in this building, is like
okay.
advocating for my clients.
And the other friend,
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. He's in New York City.
a city attorney for New York?
No, he's private. They're both private.
Okay.
And they were like the historic best friends
Okay,
from college and law school.
and then of course Alex is up in Cairo.
I know, I'm assuming they're close. I know that he sleeps over at their house a lot with the kids.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because the kids really love to play together or because they're close, but they spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they're close.
All right. Okay.
Danny's pretty religious, so like he'd be connected with like rabbis and stuff in town too.
Okay. All right. Which synagogue does he go to?
He goes to two. The one he's most strongly affiliated with is Shomri Torah. And by the way, if you get a nod that I can't use the bathroom, I could really use
Okay.
it. So
I'm gonna make
I
that
mean, I'm
happen
not
right
gonna
now.
die, but if I could just, that'd be great.
Here we go.
Okay. Hi.
She's gotta
You
she's
come
gotta
with
swab your
me?
hands.
Oh,
First, I'm gonna have to do your hands.
okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But, right-handed.
Okay. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah.
Take a picture. I'm just gonna take a picture.
With my hands?
No,
No,
of you.
you-
Just want
you
to
just
stand up, and then you can go to the bathroom.
Okay.
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 All right, ready?
Take it to escort me.
I'm just gonna walk you around the corner. It's not really, it's just showing you where it is.
Told him he was gonna take him to Truesdale today.
What time do your kids get out of school?
So, I think the school ends at like 5,
Okay.
but I usually pick him up early. Danny probably told him he was gonna take him to Truesdale today, so they'll be expecting earlier, but at 5, it would be times.
That's what time they close?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll stay open.
Okay. Okay.
They were supposed to be with me this week, so normal for them, other than this swim bit, would have been to spend the weekend with me and
Where did they sleep last night?
with Danny.
With Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. So Danny took them,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I got a call. So he has an alarm system in the house, and I
Right.
must still be on the call list for people if there's a break-in. I got a call yesterday. I guess it'll be on the phone when it happened. I got a call from like the company with the alarm company that said like the alarm's been triggered, it's gone off. There's another family in town that we were really close with. The woman's name is Lynn, and she's on the list too, so she got a call. I know this because I saw her yesterday evening. I went to a friend's art gallery thing, and she happened to be there. It's a small town. And she said, oh, I guess I got a call from Trescott. And
Okay.
I said, oh, I got the same call. I said, but I just figured it was fine. So they called yesterday, and I don't remember what time it was. Maybe the morning, maybe the evening, but it happens sometimes, every
Right.
once in a while with weather, whenever the alarm gets triggered, so I didn't think anything of it. But I
Right.
wonder if there was like an attempted break-in yesterday.
I don't know, I'll have to check into that. Do you know what the alarm company is?
It's on my phone, right, the message
Okay.
that they left.
Sure.
I probably deleted it, but then I didn't delete my deleted messages, so if you look at deleted, you could find it.
Okay.
If not, I could probably figure it out, and Lynn could tell you,
Okay,
if you had to ask her.
that was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
But no calls today?
Mhm.
Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight, Wednesday,
It means like if it's a mommy week, then
Right.
they're with you all week. Except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
right,
so they're with him all week. Except Wednesday night they came to me.
all right, and then, so Wednesday
And
night
that's
they,
the last time, I didn't tell you this, but I thought about it in the bathroom. I didn't have an interaction with him, but that's the last time I saw him was Wednesday. I picked up the kids and I was going to take them to Whole Foods.
okay,
And I saw Danny working on his computer in the window of the Whole Foods, and I took him to BurgerFi instead
oh,
because he and I were, divorced,
Right.
and interactions with him were hard. And it was
Sure.
my one day with the kids, and I thought, well, if we go inside, it's gonna be like all of us together, and I wanted time by myself
that's
with
fine.
them. So I took them, but that's the last time I saw him. So I saw him sitting there Wednesday afternoon working.
He was inside Whole
He was
Foods?
inside Whole Foods with
Okay.
his computer, like,
Okay,
writing.
and the kids came out?
The kids didn't see him. We
Okay.
were just about to enter. I saw him. I thought, oh, my one day with the kids,
Okay.
and so I went and got burgers instead.
To the BurgerFi, okay, all right. So then Thursday,
I got a call.
you got called about the alarm. Had you had any contact with the kids during that time?
On Thursday, I had them Wednesday night. I brought them to school on Thursday, and then, no, not after I dropped them off.
Okay,
And there's a record at school of like when you log in, so I probably dropped them off a little before 9, but they could tell you what
Okay.
time.
all right. And then, so then he kept them last night,
Mhm.
Thursday night, and then he would have driven them to school.
Mhm.
What time does he normally drop them off at school?
It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with him. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think.
Right.
So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym, and that's why he was saying, "I'm going to this class. I'll touch base with you after."
Okay, all right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay,
That's the last thing I said to him.
okay, all right. His parents and his family, do you have contacts for them in your phone?
I have contacts for at least one of them.
Okay,
I think I've been recently deleting them just because they don't call me. but at least one of them, I can tell you his, like, I don't know whether it's his dad's name. His parents are actually recently divorced.
Okay, we'll get the phone, when we get the phone back, you can supply those numbers.
Okay.
All right, and then we'll attempt to contact them.
Oh my God.
Find out where they're at least in Canada.
It's just the worst thing you could have happen.
Now, I gotta ask you something, okay?
Yeah.
Do you own a gun?
No.
Have you ever owned a gun? Have you ever fired a gun?
I think I went skeet shooting about 12 years ago.
Okay, nothing since then? Does Danny own a gun?
Not that I know of, but maybe since I left. He didn't own a gun when I was with him.
Never had a gun around, or
No.
did he ever talk about buying a gun or anything?
He would talk about it, but he's a criminal law professor.
Right.
So sometimes he would talk about things just like
Okay.
to have a discussion about, like,
Okay.
should we have a gun in the home? Is it dangerous?
Right.
As far as I knew, there was no gun in the house.
Okay. You don't know anybody that he owed money to? You don't know anyone?
me.
I know, besides you, but that was under court order, I'm assuming.
It's, yeah, and we have lawyers, and he very much respects, as do I, the legal system, you know,
Right.
so it was working its way through.
Okay.
But anyone he owes money to, I mean, he doesn't gamble, he doesn't drink, like, he doesn't have any vices, he doesn't
Right.
do anything weird. I can't imagine. I mean, I think he annoys people with his, like, legal academia, but I think, like, in the ivory tower here, not like, I don't think he owed money to anyone, I can't imagine.
Okay. I mean, unless you have something I can't think of, I'm looking for some reason that someone would want to hurt him.
Not just hurt him.
Right.
I mean,
I know, but the intention,
I could see one of my friends wanting to shake him.
Right.
But my God,
right.
no. I don't know who would do this. And I'm very scared because I don't understand why this would happen. He and I got along fine for the sake of the kids. You heard the message where he was like, well, maybe we'll just take a walk around school. And
Right.
I mean, I found him hard to be around, but so did a lot of people. They all knew he meant well. He was a decent, good human being. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He would never do this to anybody. I don't know who would want to hurt him like this. I really don't.
Right. I need to ask you, was your divorce, you said before it had nothing to do with infidelity, no extramarital affairs or anything like that?
Neither one of us.
It was just simply the fact that you all just didn't get along anymore, or was it just the fact that he was belligerent to you?
He never hurt me physically, but he was emotionally abusive.
Okay.
And I didn't tell most people that, so all most people know is it just didn't work out, and it's just the kids are young, and this is just better this way. So other than my family, who saw the way he treated me, most people were, well, I think his family was very surprised. He told everyone around the community that I was mentally ill, because only a crazy person would leave him, and
Okay.
so there's a lot. But, you know, who would, yeah, so that, I mean, that's it. The circumstances, plain and simple, were it just wasn't a really healthy marriage, and I thought it'd be better for the boys if they didn't grow up thinking that's the way you treat women. But he didn't hit me, he didn't hit them, he didn't have a drug problem, he didn't gamble, he didn't cheat on me, I didn't cheat on him. There's no other, I keep thinking the only, like, unknown I can think of is, like, Amy's ex-husband. Like, is he still in the picture? Is he upset?
Right.
Danny, I defriended him from Facebook because I found it too upsetting to, like, see intermittent pictures of the kids. But I wonder, he's very, very public on Facebook about, like, where he is, when he's traveling, where he's going, and so I wonder if he's got pictures up of him and Amy, and if there's a jealous ex-husband in the...
Do you know where this ex-husband would be?
He'd be in New York too.
Is he also an attorney?
I don't even know his name.
Okay.
I just know they when Amy came down here, they went over a mutual friend of ours. It's a guy that works at the law school. This guy Jay and his wife Dory is a good friend of mine, and they have kids, my kids' age. And I said to her, I remember saying, so what's she like, you know, like she met her before I did, and she said, you know, she's really nice and she's, you know, very sweet, and she's recently divorced too, so she knows how awkward all of this is to meet the new person. I don't know, and I'm scared.
Okay. Have you had anything happen at your house?
No.
Nothing?
Uh-uh.
And the information for Best Buy, for the service tech that was there, that's at your house?
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy, I mean, if someone wants to
we'll
come back
get
with
that.
me.
We'll get that. And that was basically from when he came out there to serve, well, I guess to replace the
He
TV.
came out to fix it and then told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And so I called Charlie to find out, should I buy a new one or should I fix
Right.
this one? And he was like, just buy a new one. And
And once he left, do you remember what time the serviceman left?
probably around 10,
10.
before 10. And then
Okay.
I left by 12.
But between that time, between 10 and 12, you were by yourself working on your papers and stuff.
Yeah.
Were you doing on papers or computer?
It was all on computer.
Okay.
And that's what I was thinking. I was like, I sent some edits in to someone at the law library
All right.
during that time.
Okay.
I called a few friends. I sent some texts. I mean, all of that'll be
On the phone?
on the phone.
Or did you call from your house phone?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay, you use all your communications is over your cell phone?
Yeah,
Do you have more than one cell phone?
no.
Okay. All right. I'm going to introduce you to a victim advocate. She's going to be very helpful. And she's going to, once the phone comes back, she'll get the numbers for his folks. You're saying everybody's in Canada, is that correct? On his side of the family?
His family's in Canada.
Okay, Alberta,
No,
Quebec?
his mom and dad, his immediate family is in Toronto.
Okay,
His like aunts and uncles and cousins are all in Montreal. Everyone's English speaking.
okay.
Any family no family in the States. They're all in Canada.
And that's where he's from originally?
He's from there. He came here for college and never left. So he's 41 and he's been here since he was 18.
Did he go to FSU for law school?
No,
Okay. Where did he go to law school?
Harvard.
Harvard, okay.
So I'm sat here working and lost track of time. So I'm like, well, let me get up and make half a sandwich real quick. And as soon as I do, I see that we had the camera feed back for a second. So then I hurry up, make my half a sandwich, and then we lost it again. I did have a yogurt this morning. Actually, it took me all morning to eat it because I kept taking notes. And I was eating it with a plastic fork. Have you ever tried to eat yogurt with a plastic fork? Ham sandwich. I can't ever hear ham sandwich now without thinking about old Hank Brennan. Ugh. How long did it take you to eat your ham sandwich? Like the way he snarled when he said it too. What you got against ham sandwiches, sir? Still says I just made a sandwich as well. Cucumber, onion, radish, and tomato. Yours is a lot fancier than mine. Mine was a piece of cheddar and some pastrami on a piece of bread and then folded like a hot dog. Plastic fork yogurt. That is why it took all morning. Get annoyed and then give up and start again. You can indict a ham Sammy.
Good afternoon, everyone can see.
Where'd our audio go? I heard good afternoon, you can be seated, and then we lost everything. Camera guy. Camera guy. Hello? Hello? Hello, excuse me. Camera guy. I don't know how to whistle to get his attention. Camera guy.
Was able to research the matter during the lunch break.
There we go.
And at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sgt Corbitt?
All right, if I could have a moment. I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd, 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
He said, this is not a hearing, this is my ruling.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, This case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's ruling.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adoptive admission. And again, I would find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state, adoptive admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring in the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Y'all, it's about to go down. I'm so ready for wiretaps and the bump and to find out what is on Donna Sue's phone. Sorry, my kid's texting me. Rang the jury. Robin misses Rashi. Rashi and his puzzle pieces.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sgt Corbitt at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Oh,
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
didn't she say that she had like another 45 minutes? Wait, what happened? What happened to the wiretaps and the bump? Thought we were getting those right now. What? What? Dugan. Dugan, come back. We're waiting. I guess they're going to introduce it through the other witnesses. I wanted it now. This fella had a 2-hour lunch break and he still ain't ready.
Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, you know, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
Nights and
what
weekends
about
are free.
network load?
As far as the creation of records,
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about,
Distribute
the
your
kind of
load.
specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Stop saying load.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses or the network uses to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor.
But with the loads.
The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
but there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
He's trying to poke holes in it. So basically, they don't have a whole lot here, right? This is dater. The dater's the dater. So he's saying it's not always the closest tower to you that picks it up, and we don't know how they're working, and it's not the exact location.
Start with...
And that's true.
One thing that the state brought out.
But this isn't the only information we have. This is all of it together.
Go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Can't fight the dater.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
Dater.
Program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine McManawa?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events, and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number, some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see.
Who, if anyone, remembers having to call after 9 o'clock when minutes were free?
Let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
That wouldn't work for me
Yes.
now. I like to go to bed at
Now,
9.
with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell
What was
phone
that?
number appeared in the records.
Okay,
I-
it was a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail, all of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so, in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
He's trying.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that.
He's trying.
Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with,
That is correct.
and that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
What's it matter if Charlie deleted it? He has on a lovely suit. I love the color of his suit. He doesn't have a lot to work with here, y'all. He really doesn't.
Slide 116.
It's hard to criticize an attorney who doesn't have a lot to work with.
Okay, looks like on this one, there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBaniel, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Catherine. This was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
But we do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119.
Because he seems like a nice
We don't know what
guy.
was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120.
And he's got a lovely side part. I love a good side part.
We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking
Facts
at
and
different
evidence.
sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts in my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
Can you hear me
I do
now?
not.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Remember that?
Now, if you could go to 135.
His pin is in a better spot this time. Remember last time it was like up here for some reason? He had like a traveling pin?
Advanced
Migrating
one.
pin. We don't know. We didn't know. But it's in a better spot.
So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
It's Christmas
Okay.
tree
Now,
here.
specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them,
Probably that many, yes.
if not more.
Possibly, yes.
And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
apologies, it'll take just a second.
I have Christmas tree hair all the time when I'm online, when I'm here with y'all. So I'm like, it'll be fine. And then I'll like, Lucy will do something and I'll turn around and then I'm like, oh, they just saw the back of my Christmas tree hair. It's Christmas tree hair.
I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is, it's approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And
Correct.
The only question being asked of these, of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least a potential for the exchange of information.
You just fluff it up and make it pretty in the front and you just don't worry about the back because you're like, yeah, nobody will see that anyway. You don't decorate it. You don't worry about it. You don't have to fluff it or spread it or do nothing to it.
Now,
That's how you get it.
let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to
Like a
slide
Christmas tree.
140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
Correct. C-R-E-K-T.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Donna Sue.
Now, also
got
with
yourself in
respect to
trouble.
emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like, total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnaharvey@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amounts.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
Emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Look at George's face.
Let's look at slide 143.
George's face. George's like, yeah, go ahead.
And you
I'll wait right
testified
here.
earlier that this
You ain't
was
got
an
nothing.
email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detail that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone.
Let's.
Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes. Yes, there is less data,
Later.
but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you.
Later. I just want him to be like, you can't handle the truth, but like over
What
just
slide
something
number
that's
is this?
not important.
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
Specific
seconds.
for this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Dater.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter, and then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter, would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
The Geek
Yes.
Squad did it.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And
That's a stretch.
so that,
Like,
yes.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. That 8:09, he's poking holes where he can. Look, A for effort. You ain't got nothing to work with. Do your thing. At least your pin's in the right spot today, so I'll give you that. It's fine. The jury's like, I came back from lunch for this.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where, after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi, Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct?
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
Oh, Donna. Oh, Donna. He's pointing out that it wasn't Donna that did all of that communicating. It was Wendi and Charlie. Wendi called her first, and Wendi called Charlie, not Donna.
I believe, you go to slide 272.
So he's working his way through trying to poke holes in any of it he can. She says she gained a third of her body weight in jail because she has to eat all carbs and no
May have
protein.
gotten a slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please.
No beef sticks, I guess. Those holes aren't going to poke. Well, it's kind of like holes in like a laundry
So the
basket.
text, I believe that the state
As opposed to a bucket.
inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message,
That's correct.
and that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
That is correct.
and you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network.
Data.
They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud, and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove?
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the Turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the Turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the Turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the Turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, The drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbitt, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Shout out to Bob's Barricades.
And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory? To establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way?
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No, tell us what is a retention period?
I'm sorry, a retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHS&B to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about, so I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Buffalo chicken rollers, perhaps?
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And There's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
Oh, Lord.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
Bro.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Hold on. Time out, sir. I was following you with the snacks, asking if you had gas in your car when you were driving. I let that one slide. I let that slide. I was with you for snacks. I like to stop for buffalo chicken rollers on every single road trip. But I know you ain't about to bring the age of Harvey and Donna into this for driving when Harvey and Donna would drive to Tallahassee so that they could drive Wendi back because Wendi wasn't capable of driving on the road. So I know, sir, in your pretty gray suit, you're not about to sit here and say they didn't drop off the money because they're old and just drive slow. I know he doesn't have a lot to work with. And I'm trying to give some grace. I too enjoy snacks. But we're taking it a little far at this point. We're taking it a little far. I commended you on having your brooch in the correct spot today. I commended you on your pretty gray suit. But we're taking it too far.
Know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
Well, I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando.
Oh, it sounds so much better when I get to speed it up.
Perfect.
What other questions is he going to ask?
That
Put it in chat.
section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in a stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now,
Do you have to pull over and take a
was
nap?
anything done, or let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
Hold on. Did you stop at Buc-ee's? Objection, mistrial, it's over. If you stop at Buc-ee's, that's at least a 3-hour, because you got to get brisket. You got to look at the merchandise. They have like the cleanest bathrooms, so you have to check that out. They have all kinds of sweets. There's literally a whole jerky bar. It's like a jerky buffet. Except it's not all you can eat. You gotta pay for it, but that's fine. It's worth it. There's about 11 gas pumps. Probably in the range of 300. If you stop at Buc-ee's, then you are automatically acquitted for anything ever. Don't go to Walmart. Everybody gets busted in the murder aisle at Walmart. But if you go to Buc-ee's, automatic acquittal. Automatic acquittal. Because if you go to Buc-ee's, it doesn't matter where you're supposed to be after that. You're not going to make it. They have merch. I have a cute purse over there that I got from there. It's Wrangler. It's got fringe. It's cute. They have home goods. I didn't know that I needed a cutting board in the shape of Alabama, but by God, I got one. Automatic acquittal if you stop at Buc-ee's. Automatic.
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
They stopped at every
And you're much younger
rest
than
stop,
they were
apparently.
at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Did you see an alligator? We have those down here, you know. They got merch. The fudge. If you go to Walmart, you're guilty automatically. If you go to Walmart to the murder aisle and get your shovel and your cleaning supplies.
Sergeant Corbitt, you just made a
You're done.
statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
Okay, but what about the text saying, I'm here?
And
Does he forget we have that?
at no point
Does he forget we
on
have that?
July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing for...
Bro, your client is the one who's telling us all she was there because your client sent the text saying, I'm here. Does he forget we have that? Was he asleep during that? Was he not awake? Did he stop for snacks? What happened? Does he forget that she's the one who told us that? That she's the one who said that? That those are her words? Did he forget that? Oh, so you can't place her there? She placed herself there. She texted him. I'm outside your house. I'm here. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Do the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
Look at Georgia coming out with
Lots of-
or
And
Sarah
did
coming out
you
with the
do
same
this
thing I said.
drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question. As to who raised it, I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes, the second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip, was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay, and when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay, 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay, and same with the second part of the drive, from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes, or within just a few minutes.
All right, and you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about all the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller, and all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions, thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this there you go. Please call your next witness.
As the next witness, based on his former employment as the witness that we've asked, camera not display his face. I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
Woohoo!
And you have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
All right, we're getting to the bump. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. I get it that he doesn't have a whole lot. But sometimes if you don't have a whole lot, just sit down. You know? Just sit this one out. The drive that the guy made, that's fine. In Florida, especially around, the turnpike and stuff, like around there, you never know. When I'm going from the condo to the house, sometimes, when I get to that area, I can breeze right through. Sometimes it'll, add on an extra 2 or 3 hours. So that question I thought was good. but all that did, in my opinion, all that did is give Sarah Dugan the chance, because he's sitting there saying like, well, we don't know this and this and this and this and this. They are not offering the cell tower location as exact coordinates. They're offering it as a way to corroborate other information and testimony that we have already been, that's already been introduced to us. So I get where he's going, saying, you know, you can't look at that map and say they were in this exact spot based on tower location. You just can't do that. That's not how tower location works. Tower location is a great tool to include or exclude certain things. If I'm hitting on a tower up here, you're going to know I'm not at the house because the house is, you know, 5.5 hours away. If you're, you know, if there's multiple towers around, you could be hitting off of different ones. The fact that she's hitting on different towers as they go up, you can pretty much rely on the fact that she's traveling north, but you don't know where an exact location is. I get that. But the problem is that is only being used to corroborate everything else on top of the testimony that we've already heard where Katie McBanaway was like, yeah, he said his parents just came by and dropped off the money. Do you think that Katie McBanaway, like, was like, oh yeah, you know what? I bet, like, in Celebrate, there's going to be a text where Donna says, hey, I'm outside of your house, so I should put this in my story. Do you think that happened? Do you think that happened? Do you think that happened? I don't think it did. I don't think it did. So the fact that she's saying Charlie said they dropped off the money, and then she's sending a text that says, I'm outside, and he says 10 minutes, and his location shows him going south toward his house. Their location showed them going north. When you put all of that together, that's not something you can really poke a lot of holes in. And I feel like him trying to do that has only given Sarah Dugan the opportunity on redirect to get up there and be like, to remind the jury at the end of this, she said she's outside, right? Yep. Mic drop. We're done. We're done. I feel like all that did was the same thing that one cross-examination did yesterday, where all it does is set them up for a incredibly strong redirect that just reminds the jury of the most important part. Y'all, that text where she says, I'm outside, and he says 10 minutes, and then all of the other information that corroborates that, that is the strongest evidence against Donna Adelson that we have seen so far. Because if the money is coming from her being delivered to Charlie the night of the murder, and then from Charlie to Katie and the hitmen, that's a done deal for her. That's a done deal for her. This is the strongest evidence against her. And all of that nonsense on cross, all of that extra stuff, all that did is give the prosecution a chance to get back up there and reiterate that huge, huge piece of evidence once again to the jury. Because out of all that data this morning, out of all the timeline stuff, the most important part for the state's case against Donna, there's plenty for Wendi, the most important part against Donna is that text because it goes toward the rest of the conversations, the rest of the testimony where the money came from Donna. And we've spent all day going over all of this testimony and all of this data, and they just had the chance to get back up on redirect and be like, she said she was outside, right? Yep. Okay. I'm trying really hard to be complimentary about the defense. I'm because like I said, I know they don't have a lot to work with. There are a lot of things that I think that they can object to. Maybe. Some of the leading, I saw some of y'all saying, yeah, like Georgia and Sarah Dugan, they do lead sometimes. With this kind of stuff, it's not as big of a deal because it's like the dater's the dater. It's all going to be in there anyway. So leading in this case just gets us through all the data quicker because they're going to be able to look at that and see. Now, as far as the leading, like, oh, well, if she wasn't home, does that mean, or if Harvey was calling from his cell phone, does that mean that he wasn't home and it was Donna that was there? That kind of leading and that kind of speculation, that's different. But the leading as far as getting through this stuff, even though it's direct examination, it makes sense because it's like, we're just getting through the data. You lead the questions so that you can lead through it and get through it all, and they're going to see it anyway. But now I'm ready for the bomb. I think they're going to be, I called this on like day one. I said, I think they're going to go after her.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court,
We're missing audio. Oh my gosh, Jackie does look like Tom Petty. Jackie does have Tom Petty, look like Tom Petty. That, yeah. I'm not gonna be able to unsee that. We don't have audio. There's no audio right now. I'm waiting. Waiting for it to come back. What would you say is the strongest evidence against Wendi that could get a conviction? Hers is very circumstantial. But I think putting a lot of stuff together with the timeline and looking at her behavior. Hope they show Donna's arrest, the look on her face. Yeah, when she tries to snatch her phone. Or Beck. Just like a mix between Tom Petty and Beck. Oh, maybe. The ones with kids, man, they're so hard. They're so hard. I have to be in the right headspace to be able to do those. Because those are very heavy. Those are hard. Donna Sue. I agree, Tammy. I'm outside. Game over. Game over. It is, and look, I'm saying this with 0 days of law school. But to me, that text, along with all of the other evidence that corroborates that text, is the worst evidence against her at this time. Maybe there's more. We're about to get to the bump. I'm assuming, since the guy can't be on camera, I'm assuming it's the same FBI agent, the undercover dude. The only nice thing to say is there isn't much of a defense since it's the 4th trial and they're all co-conspirators. You can't rule out the cryptic convo with Charlie after the bump. I think that that is also very damning. The reason that I think that the text that I'm outside is more
This case on April 19th of 2016.
is because it puts her with the money.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that.
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, we had it for a minute. I think that the bump is going to be very damning. It shows how guilty she is. The whole Vietnam thing, to me, shows consciousness of guilt. The reason that I think the text is, though, because that's what directly ties her to an actual role in the conspiracy. Here's the money to give them. That's being an active, that's an active role. Wendi put a down payment on a house in Tallahassee, so the court order has nothing to do with that. Well, she was under contract, but she backed out of it. What court order? I'm not sure which court order you. I have been in, but not watching. So the guy on stand now is the undercover from the bump, and they can't show him. Correct. 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 CREKT.
So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83.
Okay.
Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
And this is it, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83 is admitted.
This is the second, to me, the second most damning piece of evidence against her. Her response to this and what she says to Charlie.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper,
Yes.
okay? With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel, is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number, that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone, so I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay, but if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 12, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 112, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you states 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the bump flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on States Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 117, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And states 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number, is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Right?
answered, yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
there were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Can't wait to watch it. Like I haven't seen it 100 times, but I'm just excited to see it again with y'all. I'm not sure what cross you can really do for this. Yeah, they'll show it. I'm assuming if they don't, then I'll show it when we're done.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but
Were you
Probably
dressed
'cause
up
he's
all
big.
pretty like you are today?
no, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button-down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That, I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew, so.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are continuing or being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you
Are
tell
you
her
flirting?
that you know
Is she flirting?
that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Trying to
Correct.
swipe right.
And Tato is Luis Rivera,
Correct.
and he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money. During the
The piece of paper said
Well,
5,000.
the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato,
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
but you handed her a piece of paper
I
and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay, and that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was, nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately, I don't remember.
Okay, well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence, so.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did call.
Okay.
Yes,
So you were the first call then? You
Yes,
called
I-
the Adelson Institute?
correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson?
That is correct.
But she was not there?
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called?
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so you called the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute, no, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious, you think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think Puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say, now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Question
it's
mark,
more
question mark,
aggressive,
question mark.
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000, you're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
Cringe level just went up.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson,
That is correct.
and you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that, but basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, he,
And
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then, finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're gonna listen to the call for another witness, but the gist of it is, she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from, she didn't say if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No,
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
she did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
When they play it, they need to just hear it.
take your time.
That was so cringy. That was like, Buchanan reading Higgins' text cringy.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
Sir, we're gonna watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
Keep them under the state subpoena, so that we can call in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newland at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Jackie was like, I love your accent. You're hot. Swipe right. All right. Karen. You're hot. Such secondhand embarrassment. Jackie's speed dating right now.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Oh, yes. I'm excited.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right, and did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
He has beautiful hair.
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach, I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine Magbanua?
Yes,
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as state's exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So I'll make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140. No.
Publishing 137.
Juror question. How do you get so much volume in your hair, sir? It looks fantastic.
Publishing 138.
He has great hair.
Publishing 139.
Bronstein with the good hair.
Publishing 140. When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at that next table.
So, yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table, so just estimating, based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But I
you
can-
understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they were having a conversation with each other. They were paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the, that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
Bring the recordings.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
Okay. And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will he be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness.
I thought we were about to get to listen to it. What the heck? Every time I think that we're about to get to it.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
Electrical engineering and forensics.
electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have, multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio-video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right, and did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay, so everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate?
That was Ms. McBannel's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133, also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes,
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly inaccurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
I just want to watch it. I just want to watch it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, with respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
That's what you-
we
that-
didn't touch anything but just basically save the original, the processed audio that we did and the original video and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay,
So no enhancement done in that step.
okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
The government didn't ask you to enhance the call from Wendi
You may step down, sir.
to Donna.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Not on the stage, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Okay. I just keep telling myself they don't have a lot to work with. They're doing what they can. Brian Kendall, right? That's what they called? Yep.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, B-R-I-A-N-K-E-N-D-A-L-L.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag, or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay, and what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them, correct?
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I'd never reviewed it.
All right, move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
No objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
I mean, we're making it through them, but it's like just a tease. It's like, you know, like that one commercial where the guy's like, oh, you almost had it. You got to be quicker than that. That's how I feel. I feel like they've got the bump and the wiretaps, and they're like dangling them in front of us. And every time I think they're about to show it, they're like, oh, you almost had it. Here comes another witness. It's okay. Yeah, he said he got made. The Merce gave it away.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Pat Sanford is the one who arrested Charlie, I think, if I remember right.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
I would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
That's something that's important because it's basically corroborating the things that Luis is saying.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right, States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole is
Morons.
still there under the carpeting.
The hole is still there in carpet, correct.
Publishing States 51.
I hope they
Did
showed the video where he's
hole
arresting Donna.
actually punctured the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Not a hole through the, like, if you're gonna rent a murder car, don't shoot a hole through it.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
Okay. And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? That there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sgt Corbitt that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine McElveen.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, states Exhibit 99. Are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine McElveen gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay, and specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is, his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right, and is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right, managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right, permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts.
Rang
We have no power, so
the dater.
we're
No
requesting a
power.
recess.
No
The
power?
jury will take a brief break. Then to escort you.
Dude, we were... We were finally about to get to it, and they... Dude. This is the same thing. Oh, you almost had it.
Everyone can be seated. So
So
for all of
close.
our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
I am so... Have you ever come in second place at bingo? That's how I feel right now. I was getting so excited. The anticipation was building. It's been a long game. So close. And then Marge from the back table just called bingo, and it's all over now. And now we don't get anything. Now it's all over. Call the Geek Squad. I'm so sad. So sad. Well, we were close. We were close. I feel like we've had 11 witnesses building up to this, and we were finally, and like, I thought we were about to get to it before we had to go to our early lunch, because they were like, oh yeah, so we have Donna's phone now. We have wiretaps in the bump, right? And he's like, yeah. And we're all like, oh yeah? And then they're like, all right, we're going to lunch. And we come back from lunch, and instead of actually playing it, she's like, no more questions. And ever since then, I feel like we've just been chasing that feeling, thinking we were going to get it, and we just haven't. They're teasing us. So Special Agent Pat Sanford arrested Donna at the airport when she tried to snatch her phone. Classic. Pretty sure he also arrested Charlie. He's been one of the lead dudes in all this. Spent a lot of time on this case. Like, I feel like now that we're at recess waiting on this, you know that song where she's like, it's been 7 hours and 15 days, years, whatever it's been. That's how I feel right now. And I'm just waiting. Lucy's little meatball eyes. She's adorable. I know you heard me say adorable, and so now you're all up in my business. So that's where I recognize him from. Yeah. The proffer with Lewis. Is that what you're talking about? The proffer with Lewis is what was it, September 30th? He was the first one to turn state's witness. Proffer can mean a few different things in different contexts, but if that's the one you're referring to, it's basically like meeting with, like, they met with Lewis in order to get his voluntary statement, to give information that they can use in the other trials or in the other cases. I've had meetings and I'm hours behind now. Don't worry, because we had a very long lunch and then we had a ton of witnesses that have gone by very quickly. I'm so frustrated. I thought we were this close. We were this close. No bump video. I really I want to just pull it up and play it. But the thing is, I want us to watch it together as they play it in court so that we can experience it in the way that the jurors are experiencing it, even though we've seen it before. A lot of us have seen it before. But I am so tempted to just be like, F it and pull it up and do it. But we're gonna walk through this like jurors. Isn't he about close to parole now? 2032, I think, is when he gets out. I think he has recently been sent from the federal complex he was at to state prison. He's in Mariana. My mama used to live in Mariana. Not at the federal prison, but I digress. That's probably why we took it. It's about to get wild. She said they tried to play it, but I guess they didn't have power. I was hoping that FBI Good Hair was going to explain it and show it. Yeah, I with every single one they called, I was like, oh, this is it. But I think I remember in Charlie's trial, they played everything back to back, right? If I remember right. I think it was like day 3-ish, 4-ish. I think. I could be totally wrong. But I remember they played a lot of the stuff like back to back. So I guess that's what they're going to do now too. But with every witness, I'm just thinking that we're about to get it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, they played the video and then the phone calls. That's when they played the phone call where the investigators called his dental, called Adelson Institute, right? And talked to that, her name was Erica, I think, Erica Johnson, Erica something. I can't remember. You can't expect me to remember every single detail. But they called and she called Charlie. She was like, they're asking me stuff and I don't know. And he's like, tell him it's the wrong Adelson. He had like a very, very incriminating response to her calling. I have to say, I didn't think I cared about this case, but I caught up on everything the last 2 days, and now I'm invested. The thing is, this is one of those cases where when you first come into it, you're like, this is we're a little all over the place. We're a little... Because at first it's confusing because it's like back before Charlie's arrested, then it's like there's hitmen and there's a girl, but it was for this family, but none of them are in trouble. So it's kind of like you're trying to like piece it together in the beginning, you know? And then after Charlie's arrested, so much more information came out during his trial. And I remember sitting in the courtroom thinking, I feel like I'm sitting at Donna's trial because there was so much information. And now I'm watching this one with y'all and I'm like, I feel like I'm sitting in Wendi's trial. And I feel like that's really beautiful. It gives me an idea of how it's going to, I think I've gone back and forth about Wendi. I'll say that. I've gone back and forth about Wendi. But once you put everything, all the things together, y'all, she's looking a little, I mean, I ain't saying she's guilty, but she sure ain't innocent. Alternate Adelson. Wendi and Jeff's police interviews hooked me. It is very interesting. And then because the whole process has taken so long, you know, like normally, you know, you hear about an arrest and you're like, oh, that's interesting. And then you kind of start following it and then you keep up with court filings and stuff like that. And then you get to trial and then you get to hear all of it. And you're like, whoa, this is cool. This one's different because it's like, we keep going to court. And then we keep arresting more people. So it's like every time we go to court and then every time we arrest somebody else, then we have another trial. And then we're like, oh, here's more stuff coming. It's like, it's very interesting. At first I thought Wendi was just ignorant to it, but innocent. But Jeff made me side eye her. You know what's funny about that? There are things that Jeff said that made me side eye her too. But I was like, oh, you know, like he could be a bitter ex. Like, y'all should hear some of the stuff that I heard my ex-husband says about me. Like, it is incredibly interesting. And also, you know, mostly fiction. So I'm thinking, you got to kind of take that with a grain of salt, right?
Court is back in session.
But then you start comparing it to everything else and you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
The gift that keeps on giving. Wait, you see Wendi's face in here? The state isn't going to arrest me. It's hard to think an innocent person would look like that. I think she's arrogant, so. Prosecution must have very specific reasons. I think that every time they arrest somebody else, they get more information, but also they're not arresting Wendi. They need Wendi's testimony. I think if they arrested Wendi, she's not going to testify in these trials, so they need her testimony. It's crucial to their case. So they subpoena her.
Everyone can be seated.
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages and a little bit of a timeline, and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does it
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
State's 85 is,
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
you may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary?
Like, I just keep waiting. Like, I feel like I'm waiting to find out if I, like, made the cheerleading team or something. Like, it's just...
All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're gonna advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here, so my suggestion is just to let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
Tinker time.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
Oh, his name is Harvey, but we call him Walter because he looks like that angry puppet Walter.
All right, start publishing. Let's let
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right, right?
What's I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah.
No, we'll hear it.
You aren't going to be left in the dark.
They did not release her from her subpoena.
Hey, how are you? Good, how are you? Good, just got off of work. Oh, boy. Yeah, I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow. Oh, I know. I know. And then I was off Monday.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's right.
That's fine, I don't
Everybody
care.
good?
Yeah,
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8
Yeah,
minutes and
got
56
two of the
seconds.
guys that I need to-
Everybody tinker. Here we go.
Because I'm in that demographic of guys that want to date.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Total Secret in my home, like, she's 37. I'm not asking for her to leave. No.
Well, it's how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
At 15, and especially for,
I have done
I know,
what to be on,
I know.
and I will continue to talk to her. But there's, there's a limit there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
Well, she's gonna screw her life because they're easy to do what they never do, they're easy to do what they do.
What's that?
There's not gonna be enough.
No, no. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's, that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
If that's what she needs to do.
Yeah, Christina's when I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendi, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old's going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendi, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years, and 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can ask what we ask her why she's not going out with David, because she was there with this lady Celia said.
I know.
It opened it for you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendi differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendi, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendi, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So, all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility that two kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's comfortable with who knows what it's like, who understands it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Look at a good example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced with his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody, for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First.
Nice.
So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're gonna-
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
He's so gross.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two that one. Yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're important to somebody else.
Yeah, sure.
But, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time do you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like. It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the 3 boys. It's 3 people
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, you know, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do. I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get a, you know, the gold ring, and you can give you, I don't know what she's gonna do, but something else.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, you know, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bond with the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, he doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only is crazy about her, but
Yeah.
he's crazy about his beliefs. And he's
I know.
actually truth, and that's what.
That's why, not because the truth is, she can meet a great guy, you know, those aren't his boys, and she just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the
He'll
kids.
tolerate the kids, he'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but you know, 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right? And, you know, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying. What,
know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's thrown it away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve it, Dad.
but you don't understand, you could never say that to her. Well, you can, it was the
Of course. Yeah, I know.
you can say anything you want, it's America. I can tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I what I could say is, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
You fuck it up, girl. No, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you
I
can.
know. Charlie,
So-
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. And really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can
I
tell you
really am. And I appreciate what you do, because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, hey, wake up? You know, this is not the purpose of our community. It's glad to be so. Thank God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like you were saying, to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I listen, Mom. When
And acting on the head, the news going like, wake up.
trust me, Mom, believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too, is like Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I tell Jess all the time, Wendi, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
Wow. Douchebag.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, but what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
And Who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Attell. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm gonna publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything.
No,
But
I'm teaching myself.
I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course two different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, like, yeah, but I'm not even like, thinking about that like, right now. Like, I still, you know, my counseling is being very good, like, for a week.
Oh, that's Katie.
7-3? All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Sorry, not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine McBanwa, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse, correct.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify,
tickle.
you know, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Catherine McBanwa through the phones. Catherine McBanwa would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, you know, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna go to?
Exactly,
Is she
see
gonna
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she gonna call Luis Rivera? What's she gonna do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that in evidence? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
All right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea, so didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive
And
and
is
cause
that-
him.
Is
Sorry.
that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're gonna get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black towards, what is it? Yeah. Okay, bye.
The bump.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend.
Come on, camera guy.
Quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Yeah, Charlie's.
Hey, Hans.
Ugh.
They're not back to work for some other tournament very near future. I need to meet the people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork. Hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can even, I hope to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and about the traffic over there, and may take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about it?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, is it IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendi all right? Is it involved
no,
Wendi?
no. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is there a health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
Bam.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So we probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Maybe they can come home. Maybe we can get here till about 7 when some guys get here.
So this morning you talked to me today?
Or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, for really late.
You know, I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendi to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than not have it coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me by the executive building today.
He was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. I'll discuss it.
All right, whatever it is, it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow after the day off?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down and ask you that. I think I'll leave and see you next week.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Bam. Bye, Donna.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says the both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to, at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it you're not paying the sun tax? No kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with
But
the
the
same
topic
company.
is,
Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Brown and Brown insurance.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true, that they can do what you said about putting you in the lower bracket.
okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom called her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. But they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I'll
I'll do that now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, or say whatever they want to say.
It absolutely means what you think it means.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, and sometimes they're not bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judge them from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably not.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. Someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I'm gonna have to give you that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this, look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money to go and see what I can hear. Okay?
Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, that's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult, but they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and either, And I would like to, I have to try to get to you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm gonna get back here in time for them to not have a
Is it, so you, whoever sent you a letter, sent you, an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I said it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, on number 8, and I put past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boys this afternoon.
Right.
And just to get out on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? Yeah, amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
So, I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to say we want to get off. You know?
All right.
And there's one that was doing every day. And this one is going to be a shock for something that's happening.
Well, I mean, you have to get into stuff with insurance. I mean, that's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, that's 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So, let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
Well, it was just a copy of all of what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of saying if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But,
If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Well, I don't think it's, people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened. But.
Yeah, I'd like you to just see what you think.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
let's just over the picture, right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, I'll come down, I'll see you up at the police.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm thinking to do.
So, all right. that sounds
Third time
good.
he said that.
Tomorrow, okay?
All right,
Third time he said that.
On this call, we hear the
That's
defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asked if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asked if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Multiple times.
Okay, and is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right, publish call C, please.
We'll go over all the code stuff in a minute.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe him to a T.
I could describe him
What's
to a
that?
T.
You could describe him to a T.
No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, I don't want your father upset. So,
don't see anything your dad until I take a look at it, your dad's $5.
absolutely. Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
clear, what's wanted.
What did it, can I just ask you, what did they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And then she, like, an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln's on first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever
We'll
goes
go,
on today.
we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? Please approach.
Bruh. They talk in a lot of code. And when you go back line by line and look at it, dude. It's like, when I said yesterday, I was like, they haven't proven it yet, but we know what's coming. This is what was coming. Should have used Signal. So Donna's story is that she was acting all paranoid because she thought that that was Aladdin Kings. For those of you who didn't watch the last trial, Rashbaum, the way he said, instead of Latin Kings, he was like Latin Kings. Anyway. So now it's become a thing. But she says that she was scared because she thought that he was a Latin king. And so that's why she didn't want to talk on the phone. Bro, Aladdin Kings aren't tapping your phone, honey. Like, they may do a lot of things. They ain't tapping your phone. They should have used, look, ASL, Morse code, Pig Latin, I don't care. Like, it was so bad. And then Charlie, first of all of these criminal connections that he has, I'm sure as soon as they heard this, they're all blocking that damn number. Like, you ain't calling this phone, sir. Nope. How many times does she have to say she doesn't want to talk about it over the phone before you're like, oh, hey, maybe we won't talk about it over the phone? Over and over and over and over and over and over. I don't want to talk about it because the Aladdin Kings are going to tap my phone. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You full of it.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
Oh gosh, where are we?
Charles, let me just ask you a few more questions.
Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And
Aladdin Kings are known for that.
There's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
I'm going to object again based on the same thing we discussed at sidebar.
Overruled. Please clarify your question, Ms. Ketterman, so it's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine McManlin.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
So, like, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud where I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, let me turn it on. Alright, somebody, hang on, okay?
Hmm?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay, I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you, in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a payment
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school, I don't even know. But they must know her routine, they must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I guess mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, when you like that.
I said, yeah, this is police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So who's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. We didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't
Let
know.
the person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just I should have had the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it's been anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
Why am I doing me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering, wasting your time. But if it does,
I
then
just feel
it's-
bad for your mom. Like, who the hell is she? If that was me, would I call her right away? Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat, glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
yeah. Did you have any fight with him over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm
They never mentioned her name.
They didn't.
They didn't.
But anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time to finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna call you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, you know.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business. Yeah.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine McBanoa that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it's about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Misremembers.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine McBanoa?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. And they walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's. And there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant, that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson was usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Man, it was getting good too. It's so bad. Her ship is sunk.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on toward the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kappelman not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that you're getting to.
Well, one of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're leading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call. And
Okay,
that's not
sis.
fair to my client. That's
Have you
not
heard-
following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Have you heard your
Concerning that
cross-examinations?
matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the stage, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Like, saying that she's repeating anything is wild, considering all of their crosses, they get up there and repeat everything that was just discussed during direct. Like, okay. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? It's wild, right? The thing is, this is like, to me, beyond a reasonable doubt, she's involved. The stuff about dropping off the money is showing her role in it. And those two things together, I mean, that's she gone.
Did Dad know about this?
I think it's on my laptop though. I had a thing where I went through all of this and Lucy, calm down. And went through all the stuff trying to decode it all. But it's on my laptop, I think. I'll see if I can find it tonight. Let me see what I can remember from my notes. Does Dad know about this? No. He'll fly off the handle. Fly off the handle.
So,
that part. All right, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. She's handed a paper with Dan Markel's death announcement, and she's like, this involves both of us. Oh, really? Oh, does it now? Those two are idiots. Marie Moss, with our official stats for the day, we had 6 witnesses, 4 sidebarks, 13 objections, and the highlights. I'm outside your house, and it involves the two of us. It involves us both. Oh, Donna. Oh, Donna. Damn, Donna. Damn, Donna. Bless it. Thank you, Bree Moss. You are the best. You are the best. Let me screenshot this while I've got it pulled up because I just want to stare at it. I'll see if I can find my my decoder ring. These things start hurting my ears. This is another thing. She thinks it involves the two of us is so specific he knows what it is. Because think about, okay, what wasn't said is just as important as what was said. Dude didn't say anything about Charlie or Katie. He said an ex-girlfriend. Think about this from a perspective of if you were innocent. If my son-in-law was murdered a couple years ago, and somebody came up to me and handed me a notice, like a thing of from his death, like death announcement thing, whatever. Is your first thought going to be to call your family member and say this involves the two of us? No. He said an ex-girlfriend. He never said Katie. Charlie's a womanizer, right? Charlie has all kinds of ex-girlfriends. Charlie calls with his diva false memories. And he's like, yeah, they talking about me and talking about you. Bruh, no, they weren't. That's what you came up with. And in order for you to come up with that, that means that you are guilty AF because you have connected yourself to this. It's like people who are feeling super guilty and paranoid, like they tell on themselves, right? Like how many times have you seen like stupid criminals and stuff telling themselves where it's like, you know, I'm trying to think of an example. Like where you say something about toddlers do it too, which is really cute, but whatever. So, you know, where all of a sudden they're like, I didn't do that. And you're like, what? I didn't say you were. Like you can say, you know, somebody stole money out of my wallet. And I'll be like, I didn't steal money out of your wallet. I didn't say you did. I said somebody did. For you to connect yourself to this act says a lot about you. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Donna. Bless y'all's hearts. Ridiculous. I have a plumber coming in a minute, so I can't stay for too long because I got to do the recap too. But I'm going to try to find my decoder thing. Oh, here it is. Not my decoder, but okay, so in this one, hey, how are you? Okay, good, whatever. Is it you not paying the Sun Pass? She said, yeah. He said, just kidding. No, listen, what I was going to say, do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance? I said, no, that's fine. Okay, because I'm just going to stick with the same company. They're supposed, she said, they're supposed to shop it for you, you know.
Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No.
Stay with the same company,
Because
3 years, they could try to bump you down into a lower bracket. So this was brought up in Charlie's trial, and he says none of this is code for anything. Because they asked him about all of the codes that they talk in during all of this. And he's like, no, we don't talk in codes. And they asked him about this being code and about the Sun Pass being code and about the TV being code. I would say the TV is about $5,000. He asked for $5,000. So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket. You want me to call Pam Hall? Told her my mom would call her because she handles stuff like that at the office. And then just send them in a check because they have to have it before the 29th or something. I'll do that now. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything. This is part of it too. This is why I said it's so important too. When she's telling him about this and he won't shut up about it, she's telling him about this and he says, because remember, right now Charlie doesn't know what the heck's going on. He's asking if it's, you know, something to do with, he's asking in code, but he's asking if it's something to do with this person, that person, whatever he's asking to do, if it's FBI, if it's, you know, whatever. He has no idea what's going on. He hasn't seen what she was given yet, and he's trying to ask questions, right? So he has no idea. And he keeps asking her, are you threatened? And she's like, because he's like, if you're being threatened, if this is serious, we need to go to the police. And he says it thrice. And she says no. That's important because part of her defense on all of this is that she thought that this was Aladdin Kings and that she thought it was a, you know, threat, and she was scared, and that's why she was acting weird after all of this. If you thought it was a threat and you're calling him, Aladdin Kings don't bug your phone, number one, and you're telling him that after he tells you thrice to go to the police if it's something serious or something that's dangerous, and also when he asks, is dad home? She says, no, thank goodness. If I'm being threatened, you know who the first person I want by my side is? Chat Daddy. If I have just been approached by an Aladdin King out here, I'm not going to be like, oh, thank God Chat Daddy's not here. That goes to show she's not. She knows exactly what was up. There's no way to explain this away. There's no way to explain this away. And she's going to try, and I'm going to get snarky, and I'm going to roll my eyes, and I'm going to have some commentary. We may spiral. I may have to mute myself while I go off on her. Aladdin King style. But she's going to try to defend this. Same way Charlie did with his layaway murder, double extortion defense. There is nothing that you can do to get past this to me. There's really not. Taylor says that also goes to show that Harvey/Walter really may not have known the extent of the plan. You know, I'm wondering about that too, because he said something about, you know, don't tell dad because he'll fly off the handle. Or he flies off the handle about things like this. And that makes me wonder, because I feel like it makes me think when he says that, is it like, don't tell dad because, you know, dad doesn't know that, you know, we had his baby girl's, you know, ex-husband murdered? Or does he not want dad to know because they had to talk him into it and he was worried and he's, you know, gets like flies off the handle for, you know, whatever. It makes me really wonder about it. Harvey had to have known they paid the money, right? Harvey stopped by there with her to give the money. And after all of this happened, when he went and met Harvey and Donna at one point, he was like, he met them both and he's like huddled up in a corner at like in a pool area. So it makes me wonder how much he knew and when he knew it. Was it another bad review on Yelp? And she said, you know, those reviews come in and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. Not being sued. I mean, we're going from Yelp reviews to like, yeah, over and over and over. Can you bring cash for dinner? You know, the only place that I know of that will only take cash for dinner, well, I think actually they were also accepting checks until like last year, if that tells you anything. Kelly's Barbecue in Walnut Grove, Georgia. Kelly's Barbecue in Walnut Grove, Georgia would only take cash and checks. But they have amazing Brunswick stew, and they have incredibly good barbecue. And also, somebody stole our pig, but that's a whole nother true crime story. That's the only place that I know of that you have to bring cash for dinner. And ain't nothing at Kelly's Barbecue in Walnut Grove, Georgia that costs $5,000. Except for maybe the missing pig, but. And then they go to TVs, and then they go back and forth to all these different codes. Can you imagine? Wild. Wild. You know, I remember, this is a safe place, right? We don't judge. We listen and we don't judge. I remember when I was going through all of my cancer stuff. I'm not a big fan of pain pills. Pain pills freak me out. So when I was having really bad pain, I had a prescription for like the gummies and like THC stuff or whatever, and like that's how I dealt with my cancer pain. And I can remember sometimes being so confused about everything that was going on around me. And listening to these calls is like that, where all of a sudden the topic is changing. I can't keep up. I'm not sure what's going on. It's hard to hear anything. And it just makes me frustrated and tired and hungry. That's what listening to these calls is like. They go from analogy to analogy and code to code, and you can't keep up. And none of it makes sense. And all you can do is wonder if it's because your brain is not right in the moment. That's what these calls remind me of. Crazy. And so ineffective at trying to be smooth on the phone. What a day. This is another really big day in the trial. This is the biggest. Now I have a question though. Do you think that they're going to call Charlie? I don't think they are. I think defense will. They might not call Charlie. What would he be able to add to this? If you call him, you give him the opportunity to try to explain this away, and what he says is BS. The missing pig is a cold case. Still hoping for leads. I think that thing's at the bottom of the rock quarry. Or in somebody's barn. If you were the prosecution in this case, do you call Charlie? You don't need him. You really don't need him. With Katie and Lewis as the two co-conspirators that are talking about this, and then you had Wendi and Rob, who are not... Rob's not involved at all. Wendy's not involved directly with him. And, or I should say directly with all of the, the plausible deniability thing. So if I'm Georgia, I'm not calling him. I think the defense will call him. He's been transferred, so he's ready to take the stand whenever. I think the defense will call him, but I don't think the prosecution will. They said that Sgt Corbitt's going to be back on the stand tomorrow for most of the day. So it seems like we're honestly getting ready to wrap everything up. Like they make good use of their time. She is quick, get them in and out. tell the story you need to tell, put it all together, get the facts and evidence, and then wrap it all up. The state can cross-examine Charlie instead. That would be fire again. Yeah. I'm here for it. All right, y'all. I could see them resting Friday. This might be a stupid question. No questions are stupid. That's a lie. It's just something we say to make ourselves feel better when we ask stupid questions. But does the jury know Charlie was convicted? I believe so. I mean, once he comes in to testify, they definitely will. I'm trying to remember. I get mixed up what's been said in what trials. I'm trying to think if it's been brought up or not. If he comes to testify, they definitely will. I'm pretty sure. Trying to differentiate between what's been in which trial. All right. I have to get going. Thank you, Marie Moss, for our stats. You the best. Tomorrow is Friday Eve. We are going to be ready. They're going to be here at 8:30 tomorrow. Not here. It'd be silly for them to be here. I'm 2 hours away. They're going to be there at 8:30 tomorrow. So 8:30 Eastern. So we will be ready. Okay, Eeyore says it was an opening. I thought so, but then it's like everything starts running together, and I couldn't remember for sure if it was. And then I thought during Katie's testimony, they said something about it too, right? That she just came out before the last trial. So it all starts running together, and I can't keep up with what was said in which trial. But Silver Fox said they said it yesterday. Thank you. All right. I will get the recap. I thought Katie said it. That's what I thought too. I will get the recap done as soon as I can and get that out tonight. And I'm going to finish cleaning up the timeline I was working on, and then I'm going to bed early, hopefully. Oh, True Crime Ranch says, I missed the whole day again. We missed you, True Crime Ranch, but we're glad you're here now. And all of our replay crew, we are glad you're here. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It has been quite a day. And tomorrow will also be quite a day. I'm loving that a lot of this stuff is finally coming together. All of the big evidence is hitting, and anytime it's like all of the big evidence hitting, you know that things are about to wrap up. They're finishing very strong. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings. Tomorrow's Friday Eve. Get your, what was it this morning? What did we say? I don't know, it's been like 9 hours ago. A whacked out Wednesday or something when everything was, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long day. I will see y'all bright and early tomorrow. Oh, Lucy hears me. She can tell my tone of my voice. Yep, she knows. She's like, I get a side bark. I know. Give me a second. I will see y'all tomorrow. I am so excited. We'll get everything together. We're going to go through it. We'll do some polls. It's going to be a big day. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Hit the like button if you haven't, and I will see you bright and early.